Hey, two, two, two. 시간이 되었으므로
So, I guess it's time to start. Let us begin the 9th Global E-Mobility Standardization Forum. We are providing simultaneous interpretation to Korean and English. Channel 1 is for Korean, Channel 2 is for English.
to in English. 먼저 오늘 참석해 주신 네 분을 소개해 드리겠습니다.
I want to introduce our distinguished guests.
산업통상자원부 차관이시며
Former Vice Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy, Chairman Cho Han-ik. He's the co-chairman of the organizing committee. Please give him a big round of applause.
강병준 전자신문 사장님,
CEO of ET News, Kang Byung-jun.
최종찬 국가기술
Mr. Choi Jong-chan, Coordinator of Autonomous Driving Standards as NIST.
문영준 카이스트 교수,
Professor Moon Young-jun of KAIST is also Director of IEC.
넥시스 가브리엘라 앤 IC Director of Communication. 다음 이정준 기술고문입니다.
Mr. Lee Jong-jun of IEC, Technical Advisor.
아츠카 사루하시 ISO DMB 재팬 이사입니다. 강병구 고려대학 교수입니다.
Professor Kang Byung-gu of Korea University. Last but not least, Dr. An Jong-sun, Team Leader at
그러면 먼저
KARI. Without further ado, I would like to pass the microphone to CEO Kang Byung-jun for his opening remarks.
Also, we are joined by Mr. Kim Se-jung, Director of ISO Council. Sorry to miss your name. I think this a little bit of technical glitch can add the enjoyment of the conference.
신문 사장님의 개회사가 있으시겠습니다.
So without further ado, please welcome CEO Kang Byung-jun of ET News. Good afternoon. I am CEO Kang Byung-jun of ET News. Well, I believe there are not many distinguished guests here, so I will be very brief. So, we're talking about the clean Jeju self-governing province, and I think it means a lot to host this forum here. Actually, I was to be here yesterday, but I came today in the morning, so I looked around the exhibition and also I was at the Battery Forum. I was quite surprised because all the speakers were very active and they were convening a message, an important message, and all the audiences, they were quite active also, and they were actively listening and giving out some questions. So I thought that although we're not that big, but still this is more than 10th anniversary of this forum. I believe this has become quite a global forum right now. So the Global E-Mobility Standardization Forum is at its 9th anniversary this year. And I really hope that this venue can serve a meaningful forum for e-mobility standardization. And I really hope that you can play a critical role and do your best. Starting this year, ET News is one of the co-sponsors of this event and co-organizer actually. So this is quite a small start, but I believe starting next year we will be more actively supporting you and also give the help you need. We'll be actively cooperating. And as far as I know, we have 2 sessions today. We're talking about the importance of global standardization and also strategies for e-mobility in the face of climate change and its standardization. We have 3 to 4 hours and we'll be listening from experts, and I really hope that the audience can learn and talk about some deep discussion when it comes to standardization. ET News will continue to be a good supporter for the e-mobility industry. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much. CEO Kang Byung-jun.
다음은
Next speech will be delivered by Mr. Jo Wan-ik, the chairman of the co-organizing committee. Please welcome with a big round of applause. Greetings, nice to see you. Congratulate on the successful opening of the forum, and on behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee staff members and all the dear participants. Standard originated from the word stand hard, so which means stand straight. So when there's a war, when you face the enemy, don't be chicken and face up straight to your enemy, and by doing so you can get success. So that is origination of the word standard. So internal quality, performance, improvement of them, process improvement, internal communication are all the components of the standard, of course. But first market entry would be one target of standard, because if you set a standard, you can be a first mover in the market and gain dominance in the market accordingly. In Korea, we have a world-class nuclear power plants for many reasons, I think. But among the countries around the world, Korea is the only country who is on the par with the US or European countries in terms of standard. They have their own standard, but we successfully met the standard of them. So that's why we made a success in Arab Emirates, beating the competitors like a French company. And Bulgaria also lose the battle because we were the only one who met the standard requirements. So likewise, when it comes to e-mobility, to make a success in the market, we need to be ready for the fierce competition. In the morning, I had a discussion with Mr. Kang, and we actually joined a battery forum together as a moderator. And likewise, we also said that it is desperate and urgent to obtain the standards and specification for battery, because there are actually mixed standard and requirement in the market, and only those who win the success of the standard can be a winner in the market worth of $900 million. But people sometimes overlooked the importance of it, because when you produce the deliverables, by that time, you only realize the importance of the standard. When you create some kind of process in the factory, actually, if you have a good standard, the production time can be shortened by 1/8, and the unit cost of the production can be 1/4. And annually, the production can be tripled. And when I saw it happening, I realized once again the importance of the standardization, and that was kind of a moment of enlightenment for me as well. Mr. Kim Se-jung from the KTL is present here as well. So Korea is such a country, the standard powerhouse, I should say. So we are also teaching the standard recipes to the underdeveloped countries. So those who gain a success in the standard market can make a success in the global market, I should say. Given that this forum holds such significance, I believe, next year I think this seat will be fully packed and filled. Because at the end, e-mobility is all about the inclusiveness, because engine and electric motors and suspension devices, AI, communication software, environmental controllers are all included in the concept of e-mobility. So this is a system level technology, and that's why we need a system level standard. And by next year, we will desperately feel the needs of it. And I believe we need a bigger room to invite more guests to the forum to accommodate the audience, I think. So taking this opportunity, I think we're joined by many experts from all walks of life, and I hope that you can be a promoter of the importance of the standard, especially Mr. Kang Byung-jun is with us today, the ambassador for the standardization. I hope that you can find this forum informative and help us to find a chance to further upgrade the standard of the e-mobility throughout this forum. I hope that this forum can be a cornerstone for all of us. Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Co-Chairman Jo. Next, let us invite Mr. Choi Jong-chan, National Standard Coordinator. He will be giving his opening speech. Please give him a big round of applause.
예, 오늘 그 표준정책국의 오광희 국장님이 준비를 하셨었는데 일정이 좀 계셨습니다. 그래서 양해를 좀 부탁드리고요. 저는 그 국가기술표준위원회에서 자율차 분야의 국가표준 코디네이터를 맡고 있습니다. 국가기술표준원은 그동안 AV 자율차하고 EV 전기차하고 이 표준화 정책을 투 트랙으로 진행을 해오고 있었고요. 올 들어서 그 AV와 EV를 같이 통합적으로 국가표준을 추진하기 위한 정책의 전환 시점에 있습니다. 오늘 10분 정도의 간단한 시간 동안 드리고 싶은 말씀은 자율주행과 관련된 신시장이 열리는 시점에 표준의 역할에 대한
I want to talk about the role of standards, and I want to share that with you. So it might be very brief. I will not be talking about any realistic policies, but also I want to touch upon some things that we can share together. I believe you all remember the year 2007, when the iPhone was launched by Apple, and after that, some companies actually extended the view of a cell phone or even an extension that leads all the way to a new concept, new paradigm. Some companies have been shut down. Some companies succeeded. So it is from which perspective that we have to think about to make the company successful. If we bring that to EV, I believe that year is 2012. That is when Google released its first autonomous vehicle, and Tesla's first mass-produced cars was there. So when it comes to AEV or EV, we have to think about whether it is a category of an existing traditional vehicle or whether it is an opening of a new category, and that defines the role of standards there. So if we put that in a traditional vehicle, there are limited things we can do. But if we think that as a new market opening, then our role would be very broad and we would be doing a more important thing. So Apple just dropped their AV, and also GM went through a lot of turbulence, and we are facing challenges. But our way to level 4, when it comes to ISO standards or UNEC regulation, or Japan, Germany, Korea, and the US are now doing some revision of their laws, and many things are going on. So there's been some challenges, yes, but in a broader sense, the industry is advancing towards the future. And I believe we are doing our best to open this new market together. So in the past, if we're talking about future vehicles, we were talking about AVs and EV together. We called it as a future vehicle. But things has been changed because our future vehicle concept, of course, it needs to be connected. It needs to be a CV. And software-centered SDV also needs to be there. And also, PB V means that the interior of a vehicle needs to be redesigned. AV, EV, PV, BV, CV, SDV all together as a concept is now inside a vehicle. And with all of this, we can imagine what the future vehicle would look like. And again, that will be a core keyword for opening a new market. So all these concepts of a future vehicle, the role of standard is also diversified and will be strengthened in the future. One example is when it comes to connected vehicle. We have VTX Infra, and the Ministry of Land and Transportation is doing that. And for this VTX Infra to be installed, I believe we need 3 core standards. Without these 3 standards, we will not have any VTX. First is telecommunication. It may be cellular or wave-based. There's been a choice, and there's been some turbulences even in the leading companies, and in Korea we have that also. And we are now set to follow a role. Next is security. VTEX related security standards needs to be there for a market to form. We have IEEE standard, security standard, and this is national standard. This is the second important thing. And thirdly is the data standard. So for this V2X standard, the contents would be data, and the data needs to be machine readable and needs to have intercompatibility. And for that, we need a standard format, and without that, the service would not be possible. Communication, security, and data are the 3 core standards we need. And only with this 3 would we have a V2S market. Also, software SDV and SW is also coming out.
So actually, these kind of software-defined vehicles are getting a lot of attention from the market, but there has been ups and downs in the market for many reasons. But one of the major reasons is that global IT big tech players are joining the market. So they join the market to change the paradigm of the market and in generating new products and services. And second, the role of OEM has changed. In the past, led by OEM makers, everything were aligned, but that alignment disappeared in the market. GM Magna recently focused on the software-defined vehicle and create a sub-marketplace. That is something unimaginable in the past, but in that marketplace, they just simply registered their developed software, and OEM and Tier 1 companies are linked through such a software. That was something unimaginable in the past, but GM Magna created a marketplace to change the landscape of the market. These changes recently taking place shows that this kind of technology must find their own standard, and so we need to give a good thought what kind of standard would be preferred. Recently, like I said before, my institution focused on the AV and EV, but this slide shows our strategy relating to AV. So we have 3 pillars for our future direction. First is data. Like I said before, whether it is AV or EV or other future concept cars, whatever car there is, it should be connected and data should be a core part of it. And by using data, we can generate a lot of services, and that will be so in the future. So the format, category, types of the data, and frame making and service connection between data and product should be the key parts of the future businesses. Second keyword is industry. For example, 4 core components or the testing of the autonomous vehicle should be all done following a industry level standard. So in order to contribute to the growth of the industry, we need some standard at the industry level. Next is infrastructure level standard to enhance the ecosystem. When it comes to autonomous vehicle, back in 2018, we created an AV standardization forum so that we can make a cooperation between government and businesses and universities, and this will be the basis for us to move on to the ISO platform. Like I said before, this kind of new industries required standards, and I think, like I said, we should see more than what the future holds. SAUL, IEEE, these existing institutions must be monitored, and UNECE, those kind of regulatory body, must be considered. U.S., China, Japan, this kind of major players must have their own regulation, laws, and standards. So everything must be scanned and monitored and coordinated. Otherwise, standards will have little meaning. And currently, our standard policies focus on the enhanced network between relevant institutions. And actually, one picture speaks more than one words, I think. So that's why I brought some pictures here. So there are so many national level standard policies, and we created some kind of relevant committee so that we can invite experts to continue our dialogue on standard. And this picture shows the outcome of our meetings and events that we hosted. Autonomous Vehicle Standardization Forum is composed of 7 working groups for international standard, and we have 6 other working groups for national level standardization. So like I said, there are still 6 domestic working groups for the nation level standardization. Last but not least, we have a defect SAE, IEEE, de facto SDA institutions. So their standardization and standard are being joined by Korean participants as well, so that our standard can be reflected on their standard or vice versa, so that we can borrow or quote some of the quotation from them. So this is a two-way cooperation which has been going on. So the case in point is that regarding the data standardization, road traffic data follows SAE standard in some cases, but we have our own standard as well, domestically produced standard. So those domestically produced, so-called TLS standard, were communicated to SAE and reflected on their own standard, so that our standard can be part of SAE, and this is the voting is on the way. And if it goes well, I think this is first of kind that we reflected our own standard on the international standard. Conclusion, like I said before, the future vehicles are imminent, and whether you see it as a new market or just an extension of the existing market, we cannot make a clear cut between the two, and we need to give a consideration to this blurred distinction when making the standardization. And also, standard regulation policy must be all harmonized in our future effort, I think. So let me give you some trivia anecdote. There is a AV, automated standardization, and we decided to use the term AV for the autonomous vehicles. So this kind of terminology harmonization is important, and AV is not much widely used yet. However, in the process of making domestic standard, we gave a thought to what would be the best term to describe autonomous vehicles. Of course, the majority of participants said an autonomous vehicle is what it is, but automated is different from autonomous according to many experts. So surrounding or neighboring countries simply use the automated vehicle, but I see so many industries that use the same term automation or automated. So even if we use the term for the automated vehicles, people might misunderstood what the automated referred to. So we had to make some compromise to some degree. So like I said, when it comes to standardization, speed is should be proper. We should not be lag behind, because if do so, standards will not function properly. So I wanted to share this story to tell you the importance of the speed of the standardization. And beyond the vehicles, the term is expanded to include the service and mobility. So I thought that we need to put that kind of possible expansion into consideration as well. Finally, I told you about the forum we hosted for the AV, and we are at the same relevant venue as well. And I think this kind of forum is a venue for the discussion among experts. And I hope that this forum can be a place for active discussion instead of just made face-to-face and just say something of no significance, I hope that we can have a meaningful discussion throughout this forum. Korea has very unmatured discussion culture, I think. So we need to change this kind of cultures to have a meaningful discussion. Of course, dissertation, publication paper can be produced by the lab, but standardization cannot be produced by lab because standardization requires discussion and dialogue among experts. So lastly, I want to talk about the change of the culture and need of it, and forum can be a chance for us to change such a culture. Thank you so much for your kind of listening. Thank you.
네, 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much. So, without further ado, let us have a photo session together. So, may all the distinguished guests please come to the stage. We are having a group photo session.
Please, Frank. Okay. 정우빈 교수님.
Professor Jung,
북과위원장님 오셔야죠. 네. 없대요? 알겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 다음은
now let us go into our first session. The title, The Importance of Global Standardization in Driving the Adoption of E-Mobility.
이란 주제로
So, the keynote presentation will be done by Gabriela Elrich, Director of Communications of IEC. The title is Accelerating Circular Economy in Transportation.
Thank you. Okay. Nothing happening. Oh, it's good. Perfect. So we're heading into exciting times. I think it's very interesting. I didn't know the difference between automated vehicle and autonomous vehicle, so I learned something today. I want to share with you today where we need to go in order to accelerate circular economy in transportation. We talk a lot about transportation, but of course the impact that transportation has will need to be mitigated. Let's have a look at the linear economic model, which has directed our economies and is still in some countries directing our economies. Basically what you do is you extract natural resources which are then transported to some kind of factory where some product will be produced, distributed, used by a user, sometimes until it doesn't work anymore, and sometimes it's thrown away even before it has reached its end of life. And the disposal is burned or buried somewhere. And one just assumes that the natural resources are always plentiful, they're always there. that the pollution and disposal is the problem of somebody else, either a future generation or some other continent. And what the linear economy always needs is constant growth. And this is something that, of course, we are living through now, is maybe not as sustainable as one had thought in the past. Oops. So what does it take to go into circular economy in general and in transportation in particular? So the circular economy is based on eliminating waste and pollution. It wants to uncouple economic growth from resource consumption and environmental impact. Basically, it means that we want to keep products and materials that have gone into the production of those products as long as possible. At the end of life, we want to extract what we call second life raw material, which then goes back into the production cycle, which is a contained industrial circular economy. Very little should be disposed, and if it is disposed, it should be used to produce energy. And that's what the basic principle is behind. And basically what we need to do is we have to think first. We have to rethink how we are doing things. Maybe abandon certain ways of doing things or find alternative solutions for the same function which use less resources. We need to design products for circularity, which involves repairability, maintainability, reuse, refurbishment, and recovery. All of this needs to be thought of in an eco-design approach from the beginning. And today, to the future, there will be many more users for the same product. We'll, as I said, repair, reuse, refurbish. As long as the product is safe and is maintained in good condition, that can go on for quite a while. Later on, the product can be used for spare parts to repair the same kind of product or repurposed to manufacture something different. This all requires different business models. Sharing is one, and another one may be you don't own a product, but you own a certain number of cycles of the product. In a circular economy for transportation, there's quite a number of myths that are circulating, why it's not really needed. One of the myths is that, well, a lot of products and vehicles are already sufficiently recycled. Yes, for example, vehicles can be recycled nearly 100%, 99.5%, but true change will require rethinking, not just the focus on disposal and on recycle, but how we use it. A second myth means that the move to electric vehicles will mean that we can continue driving as before, our own private vehicles. Yes, EVs help reduce emissions, but they don't solve or address the problem of congestion, lack of space. A lot of developing countries, the cities haven't been planned for driving infrastructure. The cost of new infrastructure can be enormous, and of course the lack of raw material, as we always hear, is also a consideration. So we need to add active mobility, micro-mobility, bikes, pods, car sharing, and in the future also shared self-driving cars, where you don't rely on the driving knowledge of the person, but you can trust the car. Another myth is, oh, nobody wants to participate and share a vehicle. Well, private vehicles on average stand still 95% of the time. The average distance that cars drive is under 20 kilometers a day, way under. And they occupy precious urban space, which is occupied by an unmoving vehicle. Yes, it needs a change of habits for vehicle sharing, but there are also positives. People who share vehicles understand that there is less stress finding parking because they often have attributed parking. No need to pay insurance, managing repairs and other things, and it can seriously reduce congestion because the same car is used by many more people at different times of the day. Last but not least, another myth is that adding more public transport in the form, for example, of buses will not reduce material or air pollution. Well, a European study has shown that a private car on average has only 1.5 passengers. I don't know where the half passenger comes from, but very few people in a car. And with shared and hopefully always electrified mobility or clean mobility, there is less congestion, reduced emissions, and less material used again. The Transformative Urban Mobility Initiative, short TUMI, has expressed in a report what is needed to go into circular economy for transportation. One of the things that goes a little bit against the current trend is more lightweight vehicles. They use less material, less resources. A compact car on average uses about 50% less emissions and about 25% less raw material, as it also has a smaller battery. Imagine the production of a passenger car uses 70 tons of resources and emits about 11 tons of emissions. That is enormous, considering that in 2023 alone, there were 92 million cars sold. That's over 1 billion tons of emissions and 6.4 billion tons of material and resources. This is incredible numbers. Another recommendation by TUMI is to make more durable vehicles, and that of course goes with vehicle sharing, because if a vehicle is more used, you want it to be durable. That will save around 208 million tons of CO2 equivalent by the year 2050. And then make better use. As I said before, 95% of the time a vehicle is standing still. So sharing the same vehicle amongst more people will save around 66 million tons of CO2. Densifying public transport with on-demand buses, so going away from the buses that run on certain schedules to a bus that you can call when you need it and which brings along other people on the way, maybe a bit more smaller buses, micro-public transport, but also bike infrastructures and bike sharing. I come from Geneva, I go by bike every day to work. We have put in place a bike highway, and it has changed enormously how many people are now safely going by bike to work. I'm not saying that it is applicable for a very big city, but certainly for shorter trips, it's a really good way of getting ahead. Recover instead of recycle. Reintroduce secondary raw materials. That means that parts of a vehicle need to be more easily identified in terms of different material types so that you can pull them out and recycle. And again, recycle is upcycle, not throwing away. Reuse and remanufacture. If you refurbish a motor, you use 85% less CO2 than if you make it new. And with electric motors, this is a clear possibility. There's much less moving parts in it. And again, a lot of raw material consumption can be avoided. And enable reuse. And here I talk about the battery. Again, the battery needs to be designed for circularity. It needs to allow replacement of cells and modules to prolong the viability. It should have a second and, if possible, a third use. And here standards, IEC standards in particular, and IEC conformity assessment are essential. It is estimated that there will be 950 gigawatt hours of storage systems that will be installed by 2030. A lot of the batteries that are currently used in EVs can be reused in stationary storage, where the performance requirements are much lower and there are much lower safety risks. And here, the IEC has developed a standard for electrical energy storage systems in support of grids, but also off-grid use. And we are working also on making secondary use safe. Another part, of course, is that you want to ensure that whatever is refurbished is safe and efficient as expected. And that's something that the conformity assessment systems of the IEC can ensure. Talking about second life, the IEC has put in place the IEC Global Impact Fund. It helps address societal challenges through technology, and it allows to build quality infrastructure which is based on standards and conformity assessment. On the one side, it can build the trust of populations, of governments, but also help build trust with investors and attract investments. Investors want the reassurance that their investment will bring a reward at the end, and that can only be possible if something is durable, maintainable. The IEC GIF is based on a partnership model to avoid the fragmentation that currently holds back the green energy transition. There's a lot of initiatives, but there need to be much more things that are done together. And the first IEC-GIF model is currently working on catalyzing circular models in Africa, so turning battery e-waste into e-resources. We are working together with DCP at Differ Community Power, which is a provider of solar energy services to communities. It's a small and medium international company. They're currently running a feasibility study on the use of second life lithium batteries to refurbish solar photovoltaic, so PV installations at schools, health centers, and hospitals in Kenya. If this pilot is viable, it will be extended to other existing solar PV installations in sub-Saharan Africa, and it closely involves the community and trains local subcontractors, for example, in the rules of safe installation of photovoltaics, but also all the codes around it. We have a lot of enabling partners, IEC members, and I'm very happy to say that we signed on the 13th of March an agreement with the Korean Agency for Technology and Standards, KATS, who also hosts the IEC member. And CATS has committed to contribute 200,000 francs, Swiss francs per year to IEC GIF until 2025 and longer if the pilot is successful. And this agreement advances IEC vision of a safer and more efficient world. And the IEC itself is also funding the GIF, and we're looking for other partners to contribute. So there's quite a lot of discussions going on. As I said, something to really bring environmental consideration into reality, not just on paper. Without going into much detail, the IC really supports the broad electrification of transport, ensures the reliability of electric vehicles and safe grid connection. And we work a lot with ISO on this. We have joint technical committees. We also are working on an all-electric and connected society. And as the Danfoss presentation yesterday so interesting outlined, electrification by itself means more efficiency. It is the only way we can go forward. And it has to be correctly planned so that it doesn't overcharge the grids, but it's feasible, contrary to what some people can read in the paper. And the IC is fully engaged in this endeavor. Several IC technical committees also contribute towards a secure and connected road infrastructure. We heard about the need for data, for communication. So some elements that we're working on include, for example, all the computing and communication hardware, sensors, displays that are in cars, audio, video, in-vehicle communication and connections, vehicle-to-grid communication, IT security and data protection, which we again work together with ISO, but also electrical safety, protection from shock, overvoltage, and fires, which is of course very important, especially as long as we have lithium-ion batteries, and functional safety of charging stations and of the vehicles. We're also in support of 5G networks that will allow for real-time information sharing between road users and the road infrastructure. And this will, of course, become more important. And last but not least, AI will be a very important component for increased diagnostic abilities and the prediction of maintenance, to name just a few, but also data collection and analysis from sensors, and of course assisted and autonomous driving. Here the joint IC and ISO Technical Committee for AI, JTC1 SC42, supports AI safe and responsible use, and also all the regulators who have to work in that space. Finally, net zero mobility is not a nice to have, it's a must. It can only be reached if we are applying the principles and fundamentals of a circular approach, and every player on the electrification journey has a role to play. And I read a very nice statement the other day, which is, partnership is the new leadership. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gabriela Ehrlich. 다음은
Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Kim Se-jung to the stage. He's the director of ISO Council and the president of KTL, and he's going to give us a special lecture. Please welcome with a big round of applause. Once again, greetings. I'm from KTL. My name is Kim Se-jung. So we have such a prominent speakers, and the topic I'm going to cover today is the 10-year strategy of my institution and what is the testing and accreditation. Before we begin, please allow me to introduce myself briefly. Like I said before, I am from the KTL as president, and there are 20 directors of ISO, so I represent Korea as a director of ISO Council as well. In Asia region, oh, I lose my slide here, okay. So in Asia region, we have representative Testing and Certification Institute, JKA in China, CQC in China, and Vietnam, Taiwan, Singapore. Each region has their own testing and certification, and we have an association, and I'm the director of this association, so that we can be at the forefront of the standard setting. The topic I'm going to cover today is, like I said, what is a testing and certification? This could be very ambiguous terms. So what is testing? Do I give a test to some people? So there could be some confusion. So testing and certification have multiple categories under the concept of standard. When we say standard, it is kind of rule setting procedures. And if you see the standard ecosystem, there is upstream and downstream activities. For example, the KLC, or Korean Agency for Technology and Standard, are the downstream institutions that spread the defined the standard, and the actual application or use of the standard and conformity of such standard are also tested by my institution like KTL. So I'm going to talk about the roles and functions and ISO strategies, and what would be the future direction of the testing and certification environment of the world. First, testing and certification. But before I talk about that, let me briefly define what the standard is all about. According to 127 article of the Korean Constitution, Korea's standards should be the one national scheme. So according to this constitution, we have three basic rules for standard: national standard, industrial standard, and measurement standard. So conformity assessment, or TIC, test, inspection, and certification, would be one category of the standard. TIC means that the product should conform to the international standard. Thus, testing, calibration, and assessment are needed. So these are all part of TIC. So depending on the category, some product might conform to the domestic standard, which can be sold in the domestic market. If it is qualified enough to meet the international standard, it can be sold in the overseas market as well. Also, there are multiple types of certification in Korea, so this is quite complex. But in overall, you have legal and private certification, and there are 245 legal certification schemes in Korea. And not every one of them are mandatory. Maybe 100 of them are mandatory for the sake of safety of the citizens, and the remaining 150 certifications are not mandatory but can add value to your businesses, as the chance of winning the national procurement bidding would be higher because you can get additional score. And on the global stage, if you plan to export to the European market, CE certificate is a must. Or maybe you can follow the IEEE certification so that you can get additional scores for your product when your products are exported. So testing and certification has kind of two sides of the coin: defect and public safety. So in some sense, this is a must testing, but that does not mean that we should not do anything that precludes the development of the product, because go-to-market strategy has its own timing. So there should be right balance between carrot and stick. In the past, in case of Korea, as you know, in 1961, Industrial Standardization Act first came out. So led by the government, testing and certification evolved. So it was the kind of the final phase of the product development, so that you can minimize the possibility of defect product circulation. But that things changed. So beyond those kind of small boundary, from all the beginning, we actively involve in the process of product development, so that they can be tested and certificated before the launch of the product. So this is not just more simple testing. So for example, we join their engineering procedures so that we can partially give some consulting services and education. So in the past, people needed to follow what we say, but nowadays, this is a more wider concept that covers the entire life cycle of the product development. So this is an evolution history, and I can break it down into three parts. First, up until 1980, like I said before, the very first standards is all about the minimization of the defect product. So back in 1961, when the industrialization X first came out, KTL was established in 1966 to minimize the defect, and CATI agreement was made in 1980 to support the export in the name of the standard. Up until 2000, since then, WTO, FDA, this kind of global organization body relating to standard were born so that the standardization can be globalized as well. And large-sized companies was able to expand their businesses substantially thanks to the power of standard. Like us in Korea, we realized the importance of testing and certification. And up until 1993, the accreditation system called COLAS settled and took firm root. And National Standard and Basic Framework Act also was enacted, which is a sign of another round of evolution. But by that time, it was not seen as a one separate industry, and entering 2000, standard is considered as a one separate sector. And in 2010, small-sized companies and relevant institutions got consolidated, and in 2011, a Standard Promotion and Development Act came out to improve the power and expand the boundary of the activities of the standard institution. Nonetheless, looking back in 2021, actually 10 years has been passed since then, but the testing market in Korea is still little matured when compared to that of the global market level institutions. So that is current overview of TIC industry in Korea. So ISO 2030 strategy is the next topic I'm going to cover. ISO is such a household standard institution that everyone knows. So this is one of the three major standardization institutes around the world. So like I said before, for the support of the expert, we joined this institution along with 28 other member companies, and 77 years has passed since then, and the membership has expanded enormously. So there are over 25,000 standards announced so far, and all the standard policies are majorly led by this institution, and they have over 800 technical and subcommittee, which are joined by many experts around the world, and they are updating the existing standard or making a new standard. More specifically, ISO itself has very interesting nature. It is not driven by several elite nations. They are all about inclusive growth. So this is kind of social goods. This is kind of the institution for social goods. So they are from everywhere, from every industry, and they unite their forces together so that they can make a high quality standard altogether. What would be the value of ISO? Ultimately, the ISO intends to create an environment where everyone around the world can enjoy safer and healthier lifestyle. So that would be the absolute vision of ISO that cannot be compromised. So ISO is an international body. However, it is not influenced by several nations. The fund from the government is limited to 50% of the fund, and the remaining 50% comes from the sales of the standard they develop. So this is half-dependent institution, so there are some room for improvement in terms of financial soundness. However, it maintained the independence to some degree. What is ISO standards? For example, it helped to set the right order for the logistics, but ISO do more than that. It also tackles the global challenges and it helps us to respond to such global challenges. ISO actions will cover in the later part of my presentation. So the imminent challenges are being tackled by ISO as well. And also, ISO focus on the global value of globalism, like I said, diversity, regional diversity, or gender diversity are all respected by IAO. They do their best to respect those values. So I briefly covered the vision of ISO. So ISO Strategy 2030 is one initiative that they will launch soon by 2030, and it all started from several years ago, so it has a very grand vision. It will help all the people around the world to enjoy easier, safer, and a lifestyle of the highest possible qualities. And in order to make it possible, they set 3 goals. First, ISO standard should be used everywhere. That's first goal. And the second goal is ISO standard should be useful enough to meet the global needs. The goal number 3 is about the diversity. So no one should left behind and all voices must be heard, they announced. On top of these goals, they set some priorities, and those are all projects on the way. There are roughly 7 priorities that I wrote down in the slide. So those top priority project is just more than declarative project. Each has, like I said, has own priority, and in each phase, for example, rolling framework or measurement framework can be utilized. So these tools are used for the assessment of the priority project, and once 3 times a year they have a regular meeting to get an update on the progress of this project, and those progress and monitoring is a benchmark for them to see how much progress they made in those 3 goals. So this is about the global needs that I just mentioned in the previous page. In 2023 and 2004, what is the imminent challenges? And this is the definition of the imminent challenge. If you see the writing on the right side, up until 2 years later, these are the imminent challenges between 2 years up to 10 years. You might not be able to see the font, but the top challenge is deep learning, of course, or some wrong information you can find in internet might cause social chaos. And as you know, the climate crisis, so extreme weather event might lead to the extreme climate events. And the next one is societal polarization. Cyber insecurity is the 4th, which is partially caused because of the AI. So from 1st to the 5th, of course, there is economic opportunity, inflation, and geological issues in society. So each color represents the domain of the challenge. But what about the challenges in the next 10 years? From 1st to the 4th, this is all about environment, extreme weather event, critical change to Earth system, biodiversity, and natural resource shortage. So 10 years later, environmental disasters will be the top 4 challenges we'll face according to this estimation. So what we do right now will define what will we face in 10 years later, and it might be too catastrophic that we will not be able to take the control of it. So climate change might go beyond our capacity, and the world will not what it looked like before. From the perspective of ISO, the previous speaker talked about the circulatory economy. So ISO believes that climate is such a significant issue that we need to take seriously. So ISO is doing best to do everything it can do on the global stage, and they have such kind of mindset. In 2010, and they joined the London agreement and signed on it, so that we can recognize that this is a global issue and we need to tackle it all together. After such a declaration, in 2022, as a first phase of the response, they made a planning for the climate response. Last year, they did more than just planning. Along with other international bodies, they create a strategic partnership so that they can respond to the climate change altogether. And they sign on multiple agreements. And this year will be the extension year so that they can follow up every agreement and create actual actions out of those agreements. And all the ISO standard activities should focus on the net zero society. So that kind of commitment, action level commitment are being produced. Next year, all the ISO activities will be related to the carbon neutrality for the first time in history according to their plan. Another big issue I need to mention is AI. AI has developed so fast, and even ISO believes that we don't know how to respond to this fast-changing environment. Like the previous speaker, Gabriela said, AI from several years ago were taken seriously by ISO and talked at the Joint Security Committee. So there are subcommittee number 42, and AI is being discussed at the SC42 level. All the standards produced by SC is 20 in number, and 30 out of them needs further sophistication in terms of definition. So these are ongoing projects, but AI moves so fast and the speed of the development, and I'm not sure whether we are moving fast enough. So in the standard ecosystem, these members on the right side are the stakeholders, and IXO doing multiple communication, and that communication might affect the AI technology. And ISO secretaries sometimes believe that because of ISO issue, there could be some governance issues as well, and also business model might needed to be transformed as well because of the emergence of AI. So that kind of environmental level assessments are being done. So climate, we see the opportunities and risks at the same time. The evaluation has not finished yet, but overall, we believe that we should do more activities beyond ISO. ITU, ICE, or other international body need to join forces so that we can respond to the fast-changing AI environment according to the recent latest discussion. AI and e-mobility generally brings about the digital transformation. From 1947, ISO has been implementing many initiatives, so we have years of histories, and as an institution of this age, we are not kind of agile enough. So sometimes when we do some gathering, of course, we can make a huge fund in the developed country, but in case of the underdeveloped country, it is also difficult to afford the business trips in some cases. And in the past, we had a special circumstances called COVID-19, and we were not able to gather at all. So that's why ISO came up with an idea called OSO, Online Standard Development, so that everyone can access to the standard discussion no matter where they live and where they are. So in the future, this is such a progressive move because smart machine applicable, readable, and transferable which means that when ISO standards are set, it is delivered to the national level bodies. And sometimes they transfer the authority from ISO to sell those standards, and with the revenue, ISO can do its operation. Sometimes, in most of the cases, they simply give PDF file, and those information, of course, should be limited because this is just a PDF file. But if we apply the concept of this OSO, online standard development, the term itself implies that the file format can be converted into the EML extension, and this extension file can contain more information and reality. Many people can access to it and even modify the data in it. So ultimately, ISO is being transformed simply from an institution that sells the standard into the institution that is upgraded enough to meet the changes of the digital society. So our business model is being innovated as well. So I think this is a watershed moment for ISO as well. Along with these changes, Korea and all the testing and certification institutions need to change. And what will be the direction of the change? Like I said before, in the past, the standard were all about the regulation and market control, but we are expanding our boundaries of activities so that we can do more wider activities, which means that digital transformation within ourselves is a must. Otherwise, we will not be able to survive. And like I said, the environment around the world are changing so fast, so those kind of changes cannot be led by the central government. It should be led by the private sector or by the market so that we can gain the enough speed. To put it simply, testing and certification market size is around 250 trillion won, which is quite sizable. So you might think it's just a market, but all the testing and certification institution outside of Korea is 50 times larger in size and in capabilities as well. So if we narrow down the scope to the Korean market, the market size is 50 trillion, which is quite significant, I believe. So whether to defend this market and whether to improve our core capability in this market, this is the time for us to make a right decision. So this is my final chapter of the presentation. So like I said before, private sector-led development is needed. So there could be two possible scenarios, led by the private, led by the central government. I believe that those led by the central government cannot cover the whole area, so some portion must be handled by the private sector so that we can be on par and incorporate all the international standard into the domestic market. So our standard market should be partially led by the private sector, and testing certification itself must be digitalized, because existing analog market should be digitalized. For example, application, issuance of the certificate cannot be done manually. If you do so, there should be many human error effects. So digitalization will minimize the possibility of human error. And also all the innovative technologies in the market, for example, digital twin or other innovative digital technology must be all employed so that we can improve the efficiency of the certification and testing. So like I said before, instead of just simply issuing the certificate, we need to run our own platform so that we can provide more variety of services. So this is the most important slide, which I think is missing. But these are the summary of the standard of each country. So there could be two types: centralized system controlled by the government and private autonomy system led by the private sector. Also, some system is highly integrated and some systems are highly divisive. In case of China, they have so-called CCC certification system. So CQC, CVC, several countries monopolize the standardization market so that they can provide exclusive services to industry. So this is strongly controlled by the central government and integration level is so high. What about Germany? TUV or DEC? So there are several strong players in the private market, and those private players do TIC activities. So they put very strong TUV mark. Of course, the US is free market competition system. So when there is something wrong, post-surveillance can be done to give punitive penalty to the producers. And Korea is quite ambiguous. It is led by the government by 23 public institutions, and there are so much fragmentation in terms of the roles and responsibility of each institution. So competition in Korea is quite fragmented and not future-proof, I should say. So we need to do something about this structure of Korean standardization market. For example, let's say we have a 10th largest company in Korea, and their sales is 10 times larger in terms of sales and employees. So even if you make a success in the Korean market, you cannot make such a success on the global stage because of the poor standard environment. So we need to do something about the restructuring of the standardization. I don't see any policymakers here, so that is quite regrettable because I'm speaking to no one here. There is no policymaker here, but I hope that we can follow the suit of Germany, and that will be the final conclusion remark from my presentation. Thank you so much for your kind of listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Kim Se-jong, for your good remarks. Now let us go into our panel discussion. We would be rearranging the stage, and when the stage is ready, we are going to our panel discussion session. Thank you.
예, 문영준
Mr. Moon, Professor of KAIST, and Miss Ajuka Saruhashi from Japan, ISO Japan, and advisor Lee Jung-jun and Professor Kang Byung-gyu from Korea University, please come onto the stage.
앞에 마이크로폰
So, can you prepare a microphone here? Okay.
Here and also some the sitting on the stage to they make our discussion together for because this session is under the concept of the Global E-Mobility Standardization Forum. This session is how the global standard trying to the advance to get our e-mobility someday in the globally e-mobility to be adoption. Okay, so that's the little bit some the difficult the concept we're gonna discuss. But anyway, at this moment, I'm going to share all of your insight together. That's because the e-mobility, the e-mobility we already discussed that the concept of the transportation and logistics is not only for the depending on the the traditional the concept of the market of the vehicle industry, but also we trying to move on for the future is kind of adapt all some the concept of mobility object. Okay, so including what about some kind of some personal mobility, micro mobility, whatever case may be, and also the some the ocean the things we say some the vessels or ships whatever, and also the air mobility the case to be adopted at this moment. So and also the as you know that already the Gabriela is talking about, it's kind of good, it's a good challenge for us. The ISO and IEC, so far, until now, for the last some few decades, we're trying to get some traditional the industry and market to go forward based on some the linearity of the economy concept. Okay, so our whole ecosystem of our industry has going to be, as she is mentioned about it, the take and make and waste. Okay, is a kind of linear the process of our industry. Right? But she provide us kind of the new challenges, circularity, okay, reuse, or the regenerate, whatever the case, the whole things, the reutilization of our resources, whatever the case may be. So this is what kind of the concept we have to discuss, how IEC and ISO is a global standardization, need to adopt, okay, this kind of e-mobility, the standardization under the concept of circularity of our ecosystem for the making the globe or the making the people's lives, okay, easier, better, and safer. Okay, as you know, Dr. Kim has already mentioned about it. Okay, so this is what we want to discuss. Okay, and that's why I'm going to turn my microphone to the Atsuko. So you in case of you want to share your insight together and based on your presentation, whatever the case may be. Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, YJ, for giving me opportunity to be the panelist here, and then I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. Okay. The other slide? Okay, sorry. Okay, so I would like to give you the short introduction of JISC and then myself, because maybe when you hear about the JISC, what is it? So Japanese Industrial Standards Committee, and then that's the member body and to the ISO, and then National Committee to IEC. And then we are working for the standardization for both domestic and international standardization. And actually, it's a part of the ministry, and then it's not different from the other countries, but of course, together with the Korea, we are the part of the government. So we are kind of collaborating together with the government and then private sectors as well. And for myself, I'm the member of the JISC, and then of course the ministry member. And I'm serving Deputy Secretary General of JISC, and also working with YJ very closely for the ISO Technical Management Board representing Japan. Okay, so this is kind of my work, and then I've been working in a standardization for more than 20 years now, almost. Thank you. Okay, so what YJ said, I would like to support his comments. How can the standards help the e-mobility adoption, in a sustainable world? Because, everybody was already aware of the e-mobility, but when I heard the topic, I was a little bit worried. Am I expert? Oh, sorry.
Let me take it for you.
Oh, you can do it. Oh, thank you. Collaboration. Thank you. So when I heard about the e-mobility, I was like, I'm not the expert. I'm in the e-mobility, but I am the expert in standards. So what I can do. And then when I talked to the automobile division person, and then maybe this will help me. So actually, most of the participants are maybe aware of the situation. So many countries have expressed the intentions or targets for the carbon neutrality by 2050. The dark green shows that by 2050, the country will be targeted as a carbon neutral. And of course, Korea, Japan, and other countries are targeting 2050 as the carbon neutrality year. So, but we have only 26 years to go. Can we do it? So I would like to show the current situation of Japan. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then this is very small one, although it was much smaller, and I made it larger, but still small, sorry. On the left side pie chart, the red part shows the transportation sectors. This is the carbon emission in Japan for whole fiscal year 2020. Sorry, it's about 4 years ago, but we have emitted like almost 1 billion ton of carbon carbon dioxide. And then this one is including a transportation sector, that red part, and then commercial and services sector, and household sectors, and the industrial sectors, and other sectors. And then this transportation part covers 17.7% of whole emissions in the left pie chart. This pie chart does not include the emissions along with the power generation by electric power or heat one, because it will be distributed to the final demand sector according to the respective consumption. So you cannot see the power generation from the coal or energy. It's already distributed to the sectors. And transportation sector is the second largest one. And the light bar graph shows the distribution among the transportation sectors. Seeing this part, automobile sector account 15% of whole carbon oxide emission of Japan. So we have to do something to this red part. And then, of course, as YJ said, we need to think about the future as ship or air or other things. But today, I just want to mention about the EVs at this moment and what we can do. Can you do it, that one? So what we can do is there are various options for the carbon neutrality. Actually, to realize the sustainable world by carbon neutrality, it's not only the vehicles themselves, but we have to consider the supply system for the fuels. So on the left side, it's power supply, and then the middle is the powertrain, and then infrastructure we need it. So these are the kind of three parts we can, differentiate into the groups. And then, of course, EV or the plug-in hybrid EVs or fuel cell vehicle, and then also the other plug-in hybrid EV or hybrid EV. I don't know why they mentioned so many. Sorry about that. It was based on our automotive sectors. And then so we have several, the options to do it. And then now I think Japan is more on the hybrid side, but I think we need to think about the EVs at this moment. So for the infrastructure, you have to have a charging system or hydrogen systems for the fuel cell vehicles. And then of course, gas station is still needed for the hybrid one. So I will focusing on only this time the EV and then plug-in hybrid type. And then there are issues on the very green and blue and the red part indicated there. So what's the issues for the implementing the vehicles, electric vehicles? Thank you. So what I heard, from the previous pages, I just make it large, maybe batteries, price remains still high. And then maybe medium long-term resource scarcity of risk because, from the critical materials they use. So these are the problems of the batteries. Maybe price remains a little bit, price is becoming declining because I heard these 2 days discussion and then some people say already declining. So maybe there are changes. And then also resources, raw materials, as somebody said already. So supply chain for mining raw materials unevenly distributed in some regions, risking stable supplies. So this is the part maybe Gabriela mentioned, we need to think about the circular economy, this part. And then so is it going well? And then there are other parts like a life cycle assessment we need to consider. And then also at this moment, the car industry, automobile industry has so many parts. So supporting industries, if they lose the job, that's also the big problems. So this is something at this moment I have no clue. So I will not pop into this part. So I will just pop into the big parts on the first two big bullets. Okay, thank you. And then the first one, how can we use battery more effectively? Of course, if you have plenty of resources, critical materials, and then unlimited resources, maybe we can just promote, use the new materials for the batteries. But at this moment, it seems we have scarcity, the risk of lack of the scarcity. So especially for the price, if we can provide more batteries to the market, it may decrease the price. But in order to increase the number of batteries, if reusing batteries or repurposed battery into the market more, maybe we can increase the number of batteries into the market. But automobile companies or users may not trust the reuse of batteries or battery from other sectors. Can you trust? That's something standards can help, I think. I think, of course, testing method is very important, as Mr. Kim said. There are many standards related to the quality of battery, as you can see in the slide, and then also Gabriela mentioned in her slide in the middle blue, IEC 63330 edition 1. This is a requirements for reuse of secondary batteries. So we have the very good standards to use it for the, to check and then the test and then inspect the quality of batteries. So we have the standards, but if we don't use the standards well, maybe the users may not trust the batteries itself. So IEC 21, TC21, working for the secondary cells batteries. Actually, they have requirements for the standards, but mostly used for cars, but not limited. But all the standards are related to the goods and products. So the one above, IEC SC21A, they have the general guidance only use. Or the above, IEC TC120, they issues the base for the energy storage system one. So we have the standards for the products at this moment. But so we need to think about the second life of the materials from here. Okay. So, however, can you trust the companies who deal with secondary batteries? Well, I'm not sure whether every companies are treating the batteries well. I'm not sure. So they have to correct, transport, store, design, or redesign, or manufacture, or remanufacture the product batteries appropriately into the market again. It's not new, so you have to consider. And then this is what maybe management system standards can support trusting the companies or institutes who are dealing with the batteries. Many of you may heard the ISO 9001 management system standards. This is something, the certify that company has produced the very qualified products. So maybe it helps the organization what to do to keep the good quality of batteries. That's something Japan is thinking. And then Japan proposed the management system standards based on 9001, especially for the secondary batteries related to companies, to IEC TC21. So, as you know, 9001, ISO 9001 is from ISO side, but submitted to the IEC side. So it's a collaboration of work. And then this green circle shows that's the certification system. So both products and then companies. So we can combine these together for the certification. And then this is the one Gabriela said, IEC EE certification may help the part. So IEC TC21 will start work very soon. So not only the management system standards experts, but we also need a batteries expert as well. So they welcome the participants from both sides and then to work well together. And then if we can work together, I think we can, promote more batteries into the market, which leads to the EV more in the market. That's what I'm thinking. And then what about the resources? Resource part, lack of resources. Actually, ISO is working on like 16, 17 technical committees. And then we are already working on this area. But, seeing these technical committees, it's a bit difficult. I mean, what are they doing? So actually, ISO thought maybe strategic advisory group is needed. We need to think strategically about the critical minerals. And then in 2020, we established a strategic advisory group for critical minerals. how we can treat those critical minerals. And then we have concluded to develop the document by international workshop to consider the supply chain for the critical minerals. The work is still ongoing, so I hope many, the international members can join the group to, develop the work. This document will help the users of critical minerals to use more sustainable way throughout their supply chain. So this will be supporting the lack of resources part. Okay, I think that's the end of my presentation or the speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Atsuko. So you share some special cases of the battery, the reusable standardization to be adopted in IEC, as well as the recently ISO taking the care of the new technical committee for raw materials and minerals. Okay, so that is going to be the moving on the traditional industry to be the changeable to the circular concept of the industry for the sustainability, the guaranteed, right? Okay, thank you so much. Next, I'm going to host is Professor Kang Byung-gu is our frontier of transportation in our country. Okay, so this is very honorable to host him here. Okay, he's the leader, as well as he's kind of our mentor of our standardization in globally, right?
Well,
okay. Okay, could you share?
Thank you very much for introducing me. Too much, I'm very embarrassed, but yes, it mentioned. But anyway, thank you. Thank you. Yes, my name is Byung-gu Kang from Korea University. I'm very happy to have a chance to discuss about the very emerging issues regarding e-mobility. And I know that many experts are now already mentioned some very specific standard issues regarding e-mobility, but I'm going to say, or I'm going to discuss something, issues from the industry and business perspectives, first of all. So can you move to, yes, and then next slide. Yes, actually the major emerging mobility issues can be summarized in a very simple words. CASE, C-A-S-E. In the case, C stands for connectivity. A stands for autonomous here, but as our keynote speech already mentioned, that not autonomous, it's automated something. But anyway, in here, I'm still going on the autonomous. And then S for a service or a shared and a service, and E for electronic things. Okay. And then, so, in electronic, it means e-mobility, or all this innovation have started with the electronic vehicle. So that E stands for the electric vehicles. And then the connectivity, as you already have mentioned about the importance of data sharing. Okay, without a data sharing, with the various infrastructure around the electronic vehicle, then we cannot imagine, any real innovation. And then the third one is a autonomous vehicle, and we say that it is a little bit slow than we have expected in terms of their growth. We are now in the between level 2 and 3. Okay, that is now the status of a autonomous vehicle. And then very important thing is the S, which is a shared and services. Actually, we are expecting that it will grow very rapidly due to the reduction of search cost and the transaction risk as the smartphones are prevalent. As you know, everybody having a smartphone, so that it's relatively easy to find out whether there is any EV or a charging station or something like that. So what we today, the meaning of e-mobility has extended, not just transportation, but it also includes some various services which we can enjoy seamlessly when we are traveling all around the world. Okay, so next please. So if we look at this case, okay, I found that there are two important pillars, which is a service pillar, and the other one is a technology pillar. And then technology and service are advanced, then the connectivity will be improved so that we can complete the e-mobility, I guess. Okay. So very important issues in technology is standard and the conformity assessment in terms of standardization issues. And then we have mentioned the service, then MaaS, which is mobility as a service, is very key. Things that we have to consider. Okay? So next slide, please. Yeah, yes. First of all, I will talk about some technology filler, so that, when we are talking about technology, then the safety and efficiency is, first of all, very important. When we are developing technology regarding a electric vehicle, then safety is a very important issue. And then, so that the efficiency is also very important when we are charging or something like that. But the thing is that, the different, jurisdiction, the different, countries or different jurisdictions have their own standards in many cases and their own conformity assessment procedures, so that, sometimes they cannot accept each other's a conformity assessment result or something like that. So, there are many efforts toward the standardization being made, but global harmonization remains very elusive, so that which leading to a regional variation in regulation and technology. That is one of the obstacles that we have now. And some other thing, that I can mention in here is that different companies are having their own unique requirements on top of the standards. What I mean is that for example, Hyundai Motors are testing their battery, and they're asking to say KTL to test their battery. Then they are asking that we are following this standard. It's okay, it's global standard, but they need some other their own unique requirement on the top of the standards. But the thing is that those test results which are combining their own requirement are not accepted by other companies. So the industry people are raise a sort of things that there should be sort of, how can I say, the flexible conformity assessment procedure, so that the test which is performed for Hyundai Motors result can be applied to, say, BMW or Mercedes or whatever it is. Okay, that's the one of the their a requirement or their wish, or how do they accept each other's conformity assessment result. Okay. Then can you move on to the, yeah, there are many standardization activities. If you look at this is no. Can you go back to a previous? One more back. Oh no. Let me see. Oh, okay. Yes, go back, please. Oh, more back. Yes, here. Yes. If you look at in Korea, there are some different organizations developing standards regarding their e-mobility or something like that. And next slide. If you go to, say, the international level, there is a ITUT, IEC, INSO. We call it the standards from Digital organization. And can you move on to the next slide? Then if you go to a 3GPP or something like, those are the de facto standard organization making some standards regarding e-mobility. So what I mean is that there are many different standards coming from many different organizations. Okay, so I think that that's why we are sitting here to discuss about the standardization issues regarding e-mobility. Okay, we need some more standardized standards, standard for the e-mobility, I guess. Okay, this is a very simple things that I can say regarding, and also there are some other issues, some more technical issues such as charging connector standards, many different charging connector standards, And also, I mean, there are different, say, communication protocols, okay, regarding the charging system, and it's very difficult to communicate among the charging station and the smart grid or something like that. Those are all kind of standardization issues to be, I mean, tackled, to be attacked, okay, in the near future. And then if we go to a service issue, then mobility as a service is really a core of, I can say that there is a core of a mobility innovation. Okay, so I mean we need a integrated and seamless mobility, okay, in the form of mobility as a service. Okay, seamless, okay, very smoothly moving one place to another without having any difficulties. And then so to have that kind of things, we need interoperability and information sharing of e-mobility generating data. But the thing is that we are very infant stage of standardization on this data problem. That's a big problem. So that we know that there is some problems in the changing data between, for example, a mobility service provider and charging point operator, so that they cannot change any data regarding EV or a battery data, so that we cannot provide a more value-added service to the users. That's the problem that we have now, I guess. So that it is very important to have to be able to sharing data in a non-discriminatory and standardization manner. So some key issues in here is that how do we integrate or multiple mode of public and private mobility services. For example, the flights or car sharing used to be private sectors. But if we go to railway, it depends on the different countries, different railway system, but mostly the railway system is operated by public, right? So that, to have a seamless e-mobility system, we know that those kind of public sector things should be combined with the private sector things, but it may be also very difficult things that, and then especially in the international level, it's getting worse and worse, I guess. That's one of the challenges that we have to tackle first of all. So that next page, please. Yes. And then there is some ambivalent a role of data in mass system, because we have to say business sectors, they have to the business players have to exchange their very sensitive business data and also customers' identity data to create a value. Okay, but basically they are competitors, so that it's very difficult for them to exchange those kind of very sensitive data. And also, the regulatory agency in each country or each jurisdiction will impose a very tough regulation regarding the data protection for the privacy, so like this. So it is one of the things that we have to consider when we are developing some mechanism for the data exchange things. Okay. And also the platform is also a very important things. We are asking the platforms to exchange their customers information, or they can operate their business on certain the platforms. But as the platform business is the winner takes all market, so that one platform is very reluctant to play another one's platform, so that is also another obstacles that we have to tackle. I think so. So that here is also those are the standardization issues in Mars. One is the data, and another one is a platform. So that the key variables in this case is the centralized data storage and proprietary protocol and their interface, I think so. So the last one that I got it from the internet, so I have to put on somewhat the citation in here, but I just forgot that one. But anyway, it says that e-mobility is about more than just the technological switch from a combustion engine to electric vehicles. It is about connecting the worlds of transport, energy, and built environment, and the future value that this interconnectedness can deliver. So that's the end of my presentation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kang. Thank you. Yes, the e-mobility, some the base promotional concept is, as you can say, the case. The connectivity and the automation and shared, as well as the electrification that will be moving on our e-mobility to get to some kind of a silo for mobility as a service, right? And so this is one thing we need to discuss in the future, that the e-mobility standardization focusing on case of the services. Okay, so that will be the good case of we're trying to develop kind of the one silo of how we can get the global standardization in the world. And my question becomes to Dr. Lee Jung-jun. J.J. Lee is the board member of the IEC, as well as he's in the LS Electronic. And my question to you is that, because someday, as you can see here, based on the linear the ecosystem in a very conventional way to get the, for example, in the automobile the industry manufacturing, then based on the concept of linear the ecosystem, they have the vertical the relationship between some top level is the OEM and the tier 1 and tier 2 and tier 3. It's kind of the vertical way of our industry, the concept, the governance. But the electric vehicle, for example, Tesla or the other electric vehicles, it's kind of the vertical. It's not going to be the no more effective. Okay, so it's going to be kind of some horizontal, the governance way for the industry that is mixed together. Okay, so this is what we want to see, that this kind of e-mobility to be going on for the future, some the horizontal and mixed way for kind of the metrics, and then it's going to be some circularity of our ecosystem. So this is my question to you, you from the industry. Then could share the insight for how we can move on this kind of e-mobility for the sustainable to be adopted in the global standard. Okay. Yeah.
네,
Yes, so I am a member of IEC, and if this was an IEC board, I would actually talk in English, but we have interpreters here and we want to make use of them, so I will talk in Korean. Sorry, I don't have my slides with me, so I just wanted to be one of the panelists, and that's how I was invited, so I will talk in Korean as one of the panelists.
mobility
So today we're talking about e-mobility perspective and the role of standards. So that is what we're talking about. And actually we heard from Dr. Moon. Your question, I believe, from a supply chain perspective, linear surrounding e-mobility things, and also Gabriella mentioned about circularity. It's more than just a linear production. That is a change we're facing, and how much industrial impact this circular economy would give. So let me answer that. I want to point out two things. Let's say some two good insights, interesting insights. So my IEC colleague Gabriella is here, and she shared some good IEC experiences about circularity. And I'm very happy to hear that. But my company We do automation and also power, and we used to do both things. And we had former KEPCO President Joe Hanik here, but we focus more on recharging stations and also some charging parts when it comes to EV charging. And we also did some smart grid things, and we had some own perspective about EV. Also, what I used to do in the company was automation CTO. So that was a manufacturing perspective. So Germany is talking about Industry 4.0 and how they are transforming or jumping up their manufacturing. This is the basic of that, Industry 4.0. And that went on, and Germany was leading the automotive industry in the past, and they are still leading the market until now. And actually Europe, EU, as you're well aware, it's a union. It's a union of many states. So every time they need directives, they need regulation to work together. And that's how they work together. And at the basis, there are standards. So this movement, as a board member in IEC, or as an SMB member, I've been following up. I've been following up what's happening, especially manufacturing and mobility perspective. I was able to see things. But very recently, what's happening is, very recently, I want to say, ESPR. It's the whole Europe. Eco Design for Sustainable Product Regulation came out. It's been effective, and that went through the European Commission, which means that all products going into Europe need to have a digital passport, digital product passport. First application was battery. Battery regulation started to be effective last August 12th. So the regulation was forced into action. So the grace period was 42 months, and starting 2027, all batteries need to have a passport, which includes it's something more than just static information, more than that. Just like Gabriella has mentioned, circular economy, or what Professor has mentioned, carbon footprint needs to be included. Product carbon footprint, it's called PCF. That is included in the digital product passport. Issue is that is not something that one single company can prepare, because for better carbon, we have to calculate scope 3. And that includes tier N manufacturing. Even for the smallest part, every carbon information should be included. For example, in BMW X5, how much carbon in total one X5 has, and that needs to be included in the passport. So this carbon data, is it static? No, it's not. Manufacturing supply chain continues changing. And one supply chain is more than one single factory, because the carbon amount differs from factory to factory, and it changes constantly. If it's scope 2, renewable energy, the calculation should be changing because the solar panel amount is changing, the solar input is changing. Then how to cope up with this? Europe, when it comes to automotive industry, they have Catena X data space, and based on that, if they are a member, everything is calculated automatically. So that is a membership-based alliance that is happening. Of course, this alliance is based on standards in every way. DPP is called DPP, and the basis is the standard format AAS, IEC. 63278 was a new standard, digital twin data model standard also. And that more than that, the DPP was serving as a basis. And company to company, in data space, it should be exchangeable. Still, the IEC ISO standard is not there yet. But EDC, Eclipse Data Connected Data Space Connector, is a standard, and that is how they exchange the status. So likewise, every product entering Europe, more than battery, the priority products are electric, battery, chemical, construction materials, and etc. We have 8, as far as I know. And that is affecting a lot of Korean export. And more than that, DPP will be applied furthermore. So Korean perspective also, Japanese perspective also, we have a lot of exports in our economy. So we have to prepare. Otherwise, from economic perspective, we would be facing a big challenge. And this is what is happening right now. And the host is ET News today. They are doing quite a lot of things. I am a member of the Digital Platform Government Board. I keep talking data space. We need to be prepared. Japan has Urano system. Germany has theirs. The government needs to bring a priming water, and after the private sector would follow. So Korea needs to start on that. I keep saying. And in ET News, they hosted an ESG Tech Forum. I was there to mention this. Day before yesterday, I was at another forum to say this, that we have to be prepared. So I'm talking about circular economy or product carbon footprint. So that is quite a large, vague aspect. But when it comes to mobility, directly to e-mobility, that is something that we will be facing very shortly. So all these are regulation based on standards. And again, this is coming, and we have to prepare, and we have to extend that to all industry that we face.
Thank you. So due to the time limit, I'm going to summarize of what we discussed in this the seminar number 1, that we have to change our world, right? Because for in order for the people, making their lives easier, safer, and better. Okay, and at this moment we are on the line of the changing the total ecosystem of the industry. So based on the circularity concept. Okay, so e-mobility is one of them. Okay, how we can move on. We have to encourage the people not driving their car every day, but changing their trip attitude to utilizing e-mobility, okay, based on the concept of the shared and the automated and connected as well as electrified, okay. We have to change that. How we can make the change? But that's why we are discuss about the global standardization. The IEC and ISO plays a key role to take this e-mobility standardization into deep consideration of how we can adapt the mobility standardization as a kind of the one silo. But we don't have any solution at this moment. But we have to discuss together. Okay, this is what we want to keep on moving, and so trying to get the process going on. And we discuss in the ISO level in the council, and also the IEC level in the board together, and the IEC SMB and ISO TMB. We're trying to get making some kind of smart resolution to be adopted in the future. Okay. So this is what the summarize of our seminar. Thank you very much for attending the seminar 1. Due to the time limit.
Yeah, because unfortunately we don't have the coffee at this moment, so it's very difficult to have a coffee break. And if you don't mind, we'll continue the second session to reduce time, and then you can take rest after the whole session. Okay. 제2 세션은 기후 변화에 대비한 이 모빌리티
The second session is about the standardization strategy to respond to the climate change. First speaker is Professor Moon Young-jun, and he's going to talk about the ISO London Declaration and e-mobility standardization. So, Professor Moon, the floor is yours.
그거 치워주세요 일단. 일단 뺐다가 다시 한 번. 이 테이블도 일단 뺐다가 나중에
Can we get rid of the table so that we can set them up later, please? Thank you.
일단 뺐다가 그러면 먼저 우리
So without further ado, please give Professor Moon a big round of applause.
Go ahead. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the hosting me as the keynote speaker in the session 2. I'm just the one to providing the London Declaration and digitalize the e-mobility standardization for global market. Okay. I'm the professor invited in KAIST, the University of KAIST, and as well as so I'm working on the ISO TMB board member representing CATS, as well as I'm the playing as the key role of the convener, ISO TC204, which is ITS international standardization, working group 17, is on numeric and mobile devices. Okay. So why we some still want to get the discussion about the digitalized e-mobility. Okay. My question becomes: is our lifestyle good enough for our sustainable globe? Okay. So your trip pattern every day, you kill the globe. Okay. You kill the people. Maybe, right? So, is there any the way to the change your life to be to save the globe and save the people? Okay, so that's why digitalization. As you know, I'm going to show you some of the statistics. The total population in the globe is less than 8 billion. The people living in our globe, but the numeric devices already sold in the world 10 billion units. Okay, including smartphones. Okay. What is a numeric device? Numeric device is kind of device on your hand which is connected. Okay, this is numeric device. So, and then you just trying to get the mobility for work or wander, or you have to think about the climate changes. Okay, and that's why we're gonna try to make some digitalized e-mobility for being the safe, sustainable, and shared. Okay. So ISO strategy 2030. Okay, the two the major issues. I just make the blue the box over there in the left-hand side, digitalization, and climate change issues in the world. Okay, this is two. So the climate change issues, ISO declared London the declaration that ISO trying to foster the active consideration of climate science and associate some of the transitions in the development of all new standard or standard already developed. They want to revised, okay, to get this climate change into the consideration. Okay, they want to address this climate change in all standardization. Okay, which is already developed. Okay, which is under the consideration of to be developed. Also, this ISO facilitate the involvement of civil society, the whole civil society in the world, and those most vulnerable to climate changes in the development of international standardization and publication. This is what the ISO made London Declaration in year 2021. So these climate change actions, they make some of the research and capacity building, as well as they have kind of some kind of activities of this kind of standardization to be adopted. Okay, so the typically TMB, as I involved in, the TMB already take play a role of London Declaration, Action Plan, Task Force. I'm the member of the task force too. Okay, to get how we can move on this climate change into our international standardization. Okay, so they categorize first three the major sectors of standardization. One is energy sector, second is transport, and the third one is building and construction for the climate change issues. Okay, so they designated some technical committee. Okay, so which is under which is already developed. Typically the influence the climate changes, but not mentioning about the climate change issues in their publication of the internet standardization. That's why some of the TC 180 and an A standard, TC 193 standard, TC 22 which is road vehicles, they just taken it to 11 standard, the targeting 11 standard, and the building and construction. They have a TC 163 A standard and TC 205 1 standard. Okay, so they are trying to hire the advisors to get involved in this kind of revision of the standard. Okay, so this is what is now on the process of the making the revision at this moment. Okay, so in Korea, okay, so we have already the global challenges to digitalize e-mobility in Korea. For example, smart city in Korea. Okay, I'm living in Sejong City, new capital city. Okay, it's down to 120 kilometers down to the Seoul. Okay, so all the government sector, ministry, they already moved on to the Sejong City, and maybe from the year 2027, national the parliament, National Assembly, they may be moved to the Sejong City, as well as the president's office will be will move to the Sejong City for a while. That's what we want to make it. That's why the government they announced this 2 smart city officially. Designated 2 smart city, and one is in Sejong City, the other one is Busan, city of Busan. Okay, the Sejong City typically they designed the sustainable platform for the enhance the civic happiness and provide the creative opportunity to change their whole lifestyle based on the mobility and energy and kind of the environmental things, and also the education, or governance, whatever, whole things. Okay, this is what they want to make it. Okay, if you're living in the Sejong City someday, you want to purchase or rent the house in some apartment. Okay, you have to get the sign up. Okay, I don't need to get my personal automobile to be possessed in our apartment. There is no parking area of your passenger vehicle. Okay, in the middle of the Sejong City, smart city, you cannot take your passenger vehicle to be parked on your apartment. Okay, so they only provide 4,000. The houses, they only provide 400 shared electric mobility, okay, to be shared for 4,000 the peoples. 400, 1/10, okay, that will be shared. This is only the mobility they can use, but they provide more sustainable ones for automated shuttle and the electric, e-mobility and the personal mobility together, which is very cheap, or is going to be no charging case. Okay? So this is what they want. Okay, so the automated shuttle, the far right side, this is Lotte one. That's what I introduced in my city. Okay, the imported from the basic, the framework of the vehicle imported from the New Zealand, but Lotte and I'm leading the whole project. The Lotte, the data communication, they involved in. They making the shuttle to be running on the Sejong City, and now the 3 vehicles running on the new the Gangneung City at this moment. Okay, so this is whole the electric mobility things we want to introduce in our the smart city one, and then in case they need to get us some the data and also the AI technology, as well as some Internet of Things, a lot of sensors to be adapted in our infrastructure together. Okay, so this is what they want in the Sejong City. In case you see in Sejong City, the whole Sejong City, but right hand side of the red color is only smart city designated. Okay, so the Sejong City total population is now 400,000. The peoples, but only smart city is the 12,000 peoples. Okay, only 4,000 people living in the some village. They cannot be allowed to get their own personal vehicles. Okay, so this is new challenge of in our society. And then you see, as you can see here, Sejong City wants to take a hold electric and automated vehicles, but targeting year 2030 or until 2040, and then it's already the digital infrastructure is already implemented. Okay, for whole the total the boundary of the whole city. Okay, the VTX technology as well as the other sensors to be adapted, and then they are targeting for carbon-free city year 2040, Okay, then what can be changed? As you can see, the left down the picture. So the road vehicle, the vehicle's road, okay, is not going to be occupied for automobile. It's going to be shared by the peoples, okay, mixing together. Okay, it's not only for the automobile. That's why we want to change whole our lives in the urban area. Okay, so only you can see the parking spaces. Okay, a lot of the parking space. My question becomes, why this parking space always occupied by the vehicle parked in case of 8 hours a day, 12 hours a day, and for example, 24 hours a day? Why they parked? Why they occupied this kind of the land only for the empty vehicle? Okay, so occupy the land, the size. So why don't we change this land for the people's, okay, living or enjoying something, or the taking some kind of shared mobility together? This is what we want to change our some society. Okay, and then the target for the global standardization, I already published our my international standard, okay, in ISO, the ISO TC204, the work group 17, leading by me, and the project I already developed my project as the ISO 180, 18561-1 and 18561-2. As well as 2529-1 and 2, which is the green ITS concept, okay. As well as we have at this moment ISO 17039 series, okay, and ISO 17740A series. Under my supervision, I created 2 sub-working groups, 7.1 and 7.2. It's the concept of the save the people and the save the globe, okay, by the digitalization as well as climate change issues. Okay, this is the figure I took, okay, in the Sejong City. It's running on the 2 the automated shuttle. Okay, so one is the leading by me, the other one is leading by the company. This is Omeo, vehicle of Omeo. This is the Navia, okay, the 2 vehicles running at the 2 years before. So this is global standardization. We want to take our concept to be expanded to VRU2X, not the only V2X, vehicle to any device communication, but we say VRU, vulnerable user connectivity to any other object of the mobility. Okay, this is what we want to some kind of the bicycle runner take a mobile phone, connect it to the all the other the vehicles, whatever the case may be. Then we want to save the bicycle runner in case of some the hazard situation. Okay, so. And also, your mobile phone is mobile plays a good role to save your the life, okay, and in terms of the save your globe by the climate change issues. You create every day. You create your lifestyle, your the trip patterns. You can calculate. Can I create or generate the CO2 in my trip, by driving my car? Or in case you take the bicycle, can I some accumulate my green mileage point to get from the government? Because I did not utilize my the CO2, okay, generated, some the combustion engine, whatever the case may be. That's the good way to get manage yourself for green mileage point in your city. Okay, this is what we want to make in Sejong City. The government trying to to get the trial project to get this green mileage point. You're gonna get the green mileage point well, then your mileage point to be utilized for the public transportation discount, whatever the case may be. And you're gonna get some the green mileage point. When you travel to the other country, they ask you that, do you have any green mileage point? Yes, I have. Then they provide some kind of the free public transportation utilization. Okay, this is what we want to make it. Okay, so there's two things I summarized that. So digitalize the e-mobility for sustainable globe. So that's why I want to for digitalization, I want to save the people, okay, in their mobility, the circumstances. So provide a safe guidance on roadside with all moving subject, including floorboard user, VRU, or numerical mobile devices, in order to guarantee the people's safety in mobility. Okay. Another one for the climate change issues, providing eco and/or green mobility service on numeric mobile devices for both city operator and people's living in the city for managing carbon-free and energy-related mobility. Okay, in order to save the planet, okay, save the globe in the global warming and climate change issues. This is the future domain of internet standardization for global market. Okay, I'm now preparing something for the new technical committee to be proposed in the ISO. Just in case of next the presenter from the Dr. An for the GPS and global positioning systems, then we are going to move on some kind of issues to be generated from the ISO and IEC together, kind of this kind of the position, navigation, and timing, PNT issues to be global standardization in the joint technical committee issues. Okay. So this is the end of my presentation. That's the want to get the invited speaker to Dr. An to provide you more specific area of the global positioning systems and the navigation, whatever the case may be. Okay, thank you so much for your attention. Okay.
다음은 한국
Next speaker is team leader An Jong-sun from KARE, who is responsible for the KPS user segment. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. I'm working for the KARI, Korea Aerospace Research Institute, and I'm studying the Korea-specific GPS system. My background is the aerospace satellite GPS and enhancement GPS system, and integrity would be the four major keywords for my businesses. So when I received the presentation invitation from Mr. Moon, extension, mobility, extension were some of the keywords I was asked for. But while preparing for my presentation, in order to expand the e-mobility services, I thought that the GPS is critical. So since I'm working in this field, the PNT integrity would be the most important topic that could be covered in my presentation. So those will be my key topic. The content of my presentation. First, I'm gonna talk about the definition of PNT And next, I'm gonna talk about the accuracy of PNT and the future task. The PNT integrity will be third topic. And lastly, I'm gonna talk about what is the role of PNT in expanding e-mobility services and the conclusion with my personal opinion. Definition. This is something you use every day. PNT stands for position, navigation, and timing. In case of first P, position, it means your whereabouts, where you are at right now and where you are heading to. And N, navigation, means when you know your whereabouts, you have your own destination, and all the guidance up until destination means navigation. What about timing? We have time-based system. For example, the satellite GPS is also time-based system. Financial, transportation, electric system, whole social infrastructure are mostly based on time. In case of GPS system, it requires nanosecond synchronization, so it is also time-based. What are the services based on PNT? For example, if I narrow down the scope to mobility area, the most common use of PNT would be the GPS satellite navigation GPS system, and also rotation and acceleration data are collected inside of the automobile inertial navigation system. And LiDAR, radar, vision could be possible examples of the PNT-based system because it monitors the object around you. And in that case, a sensor and PNT are needed. So GPS is actually everywhere, and it is kind of a settled system or established system. So LiDAR, radar, vision, laser sensors are actively and widely used in e-mobility, but my personal opinion is that the satellite system would be critical piece in the future. This is because among these three navigation options, the absolute location can be accurately provided by the satellite navigation system. So the beginning of PNT should start from satellite navigation, and the relevant coordinates should be measured by the inertial navigation, LiDAR, radar, vision. So that would be the secondary kind of positioning system, I should say. What about the accuracy of the existing PNT system? First, I'm going to talk about the satellite navigation system. It is a centimeter level accuracy. So we call this term open sky. So satellite systems are all in the air, and if the transmission is well, you can get the centimeter level accuracy. The problem is that in the urban environment, you don't have open sky. So in the older environment where there is an interruption because of the building, sometimes the satellite alone cannot help you to find your positioning. So in the case, inertial navigation, LiDAR, radar, vision must be added. So my personal opinion is that the accuracy issue in terms of PNT are all kind of resolved to some degree. So if the accuracy is not a problem anymore, for the expansion of e-mobility services, what are needed in the future? The reliability of PNT, I think, or integrity, because automated vehicles will evolve into level 4 and 3, and in order to do so, the PNT information coming from the device should be trustworthy enough, otherwise the service will not be expanded, I think. So I already covered about the accuracy, but one interesting point is that according to many papers, autonomous or unmanned vehicles requires 10 centimeter accuracy to function properly. Let me go back to the topic of integrity. So in case of integrity, this is a definition of integrity in PNT field. When there is a problem, the user must be notified it in timely manner. So that timely information delivery is a definition of integrity. This is quite a simple definition, but requires a lot of work. So there are several integrity threats on PNT sensors. For example, you have well-functioning satellite system, but that is not immune to any disruption. For example, noise, blockage, or the breakdown of signals or intentional jamming could be several examples of interruption. In case of the inertial system, later rider likewise can be exposed to weather event. So when the weather is bad, the vision function might not work properly. So these are the possible integrity threats that can possibly make a negative impact on the PNT sensors. So the question here is that how to get rid of all the risk threats to acquire the sufficient integrity. Since I majored in the GPS system, this is mostly about GPS system. But in case of satellite system, the integrity level is higher than the before. However, still is not immune to breakdowns. If you see the picture on the right side, you can use multiple satellite systems to get this kind of information, but sometimes some information might be erroneous, and sometimes the distortion can be as long as 500 meter. And if you see, could you click on the picture here? This is about the ionosphere storm. So if you use a satellite system, the information or signal coming through the atmosphere must travel through ionosphere as well. And because of this ionosphere, it can cause error to the final output. In case of ionosphere, as you can see here in this diagram, it has relatively stable environment, which is marked in blue. When there is a sunstorm coming to the atmosphere, the so-called ionosphere storm can occur, and it causes a huge error in signal processing, and sometimes at local environment, the error could be humongous. So the user must intervene to correct this integrity. If there is no correction, the PNT at the user side is not trustworthy at all. So in case of aviation field, this is an integration analysis procedure. If you see the green marked blocks, this is all about the navigation system uncertainty analysis based on the possibilities. For example, for navigation sensors, or if you see the square on the top, this is a user level assessment, and when there is a problem, it also need to gauge the level of severity based on the probabilistic assessment so that we can make the best possible decision. So in case of aviation, ICAO as an international body already made a requirement for the private jet landing. And these are the minimum requirement for the landing condition. So in each phase, these are the minimum required requirement. So 10 to the power of -7 is a minimum requirement for the landing, and this is the speed of information delivery, minimum requirement for the information delivery. So these are quite minimal requirement for landing condition. So in order to meet this kind of requirement, satellite systems do not solely rely on drivers. All the possible errors are detected within the system, and as you see in the previous slide, to guarantee the minimum requirement of 10 to the power of -7, all the possible defect possibility are adjusted and monitored at the infrastructure level, and at the same time, like you just saw, this kind of local, for example, ionosphere storm is one example of local condition. Those local conditions are monitored and detected by the system. As you saw in the previous slide, some specific satellite might malfunction, and we need to remove those kind of possibility of malfunctioning. And if you go through all these correction processes, if you can trust that the final output is trustworthy, it should be used as a final output. And on top of that, user need to understand the precise location of the loser, and the accuracy should be sufficient enough, and it should be monitored by users. As you can see here, the dotted line represent Since this is a moving system, the location is unknown currently, so that's why it says unknown. And the blue box outside of it is called VPL, vertical PL. This is a possible margin of error in terms of the location calculated by the users. So this is VAL and VHM is the minimum requirement that I showed in the previous picture. As you can see on the left side, in case of nominal status, AL should be higher than PL and PL should be higher than PE to meet the minimum requirement. In case of right side, hazard misleading status. So AL and PL are known information to users, but if it is not calculated, actual error could be higher than the possible margin. That would be the most serious case. When such thing happens, the user needs to make the decision whether to use the specific service or not. So far, I talked about the use of PNT and how to guarantee the integrity of the user PNT system. So I just talked about the aviation field, and let me expand the topic to e-mobility, and I think the mechanism will be quite the same. So I focused only on aviation field, but e-mobility should be expanded from air side to the land side. So this is one example of our pilot study. To improve the accuracy, we created this kind of infrastructure and gave the PNT integrated data to the users so the user can get the centimeter level accuracy and calculate the actual values and calculated values to understand the level of integrity. If you see this case study, we used actual mobility vehicle, and as you can see on the right side, we went to the highway from Seoul to Anseong and did a demonstration. If you see the picture on the right bottom, this represents the satisfaction of the performance. If you click on it, the red circle is the PLL information. So picture on the top is the videotaped image, and on the bottom you can see the precision map that shows the movement of the car. So this is a user-facing display. So like I said, it is a centimeter level accurate information. When the car moves, even the lanes are recognized by the system. So this is quite precise, I think, to be used in highway. So there is no threat to integrity under this environment, but when there is a blocking of the system, the integrity might be compromised. When such compromisation happens, the red circle gets enlarged, and that information can be transmitted to users to give a warning signal. What I wanted to show you here is that the integrity of the PNT should be delivered to the user level in regardless of the forms. This is my final topic. So PNT information is my major topic of my presentation. And what is the connection between PNT with the climate change? This might sound too absurd, but the PNT of the highest integrity can be used for this kind of purpose as well. It can help the mobility service to be expanded, and that expansion of eco-mobility will lead to the greater penetration rate of eco-friendly driving vehicles. If you see the picture on the left side, if everyone used aviation to come to Jeju Island, you must have done so, I think. If the PNT integrity is guaranteed, what kind of alternative is possible? For example, the travel path of the aviation can be optimized. So instead of following the predefined pathways, we can fly as many flights as possible and make them landing in the shortest possible time. So with a PNT integrity, we can optimize the pathway of the aviation, which will help us to improve the efficiency and thereby reduce the carbon emission. On the right side, likewise for the land transportation, with the PNT integrity, if this information is shared among drivers, the driving control would be optimized as well, which means that cars do not need to stop or change the lane unnecessarily. So that kind of automation will lead to the energy saving, I think. So that was the last slide for my presentation, and it tells why PNT integrity is important. So without guaranteeing the PNT integrity, the expansion of e-mobility would be challenging, would be the last remark I want to say in my presentation. Thank you so much.
감사합니다, 팀장님.
Thank you very much. Dr. An, thank you very much for your presentation.
Have the panel discussion, which will be presided by the Gabriela Ehrlich, and then director of the IEC Communication. And the panelist is that the Moon Young-jun, KAIST professor, and the 3 online participants from Australia, Mr. Andrew Mehaffey, and then from Hungary, Andras Czepinski, and lastly, Yubing Li from the China. Please. 또 한 분은 누구시죠? 저 1번 분.
Who's the last panelist from Japan? Yes. Miss Atsuko Saruhashi from Japan. Yes, you are one of the panelists. Thank you.
그리고 특별히 오늘
And especially from Global EV Association Network, we have 4 guests. And thank you very much for staying until the end.
we'll send warm applause to you.
Hello. Okay, we had some really interesting presentations. I think we learned a lot. Now, I would like to pass the floor virtually on to Andrew Mehaffey. Is he going to be online? Yes. Okay, Andrew, are you hearing us? Can you start your presentation?
Sydney, Australia at the moment, and I have prepared a short PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if that's available at the moment to commence, or should I share it from here? I can share it from here if you like. Professor Dr. Moon, do I share it from here?
I think it might be better if you share it from you. I think it's in the meanders of the computer somewhere.
Okay, that's right. I will work out how to do that. Can I share? I think I can share. Can you see that?
Very good. We see you. Thank you. And your slides.
The system works sometimes. That's good. Okay, well, shall I start?
Please go ahead. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Well, as I said, thank you very much for inviting me to talk here in this session, and I'm coming to you from Sydney, Australia. It's in the evening here. It's a fairly cool day today for Sydney. But anyway, there you go. So I thought I'm going to talk to you today about how we're going to achieve sustainable transportation moving forward as the world gets bigger and busier and all this sort of thing, and why we need technology innovation and standardization to achieve that. I thought I might commence by just giving a little bit of a background on the companies I work with and also a bit about myself. So, because I'm probably not well known to the audience apart from maybe a couple of you. So, I have worked in the transport technology industry for longer than I care to say, but more than 40 years, or nearly 40 years in the actual transport technology space. And a lot of that time, most of that time has actually been in the public sector, in transport agencies, including leading the provision of transport technology innovation in the largest state in Australia. And I've also been involved for more than 12 years in international standardization in transport technologies. But since my time in the government sector, I've joined an organisation that's in the private sector, a small organisation that's involved in transport technology innovation. Now, they've been around for more than 20 years now, and their traditional core business was in smart roadside infrastructure, some of those big signs that you see on the electronic signs that you see there in the pictures there. But around about 7 years ago or so, they realised that there's going to be these new things called autonomous or automated vehicles coming. And they embarked on, before I joined, or around the time I joined, they embarked on this study, really effectively undertaking some trials to really just to basically learn what the emergence of these new technologies meant for them. And in the process, they've actually kind of become providers and developers and champions for the introduction of autonomous vehicles, automated vehicles on our roads. So I'll just go on from there if I can get this to click again. So now I'll get more onto what I'm going to talk about. And why do we need sustainable transport? And why is it becoming more important as the world gets bigger and more crowded? Well, a lot of what we're talking about here and what Dr. Moon talked about previously is around environmental sustainability. And transport is a huge contributor to negative environmental outcomes, not just in the operation of transport vehicles, but also in producing them, disposing of them, building the infrastructure that they need to operate in, and also then as that gets old, the destruction of that and the rebuilding of it. And it's all a big strain on the environment. But to me, transport sustainability is more than just an environmental factor. It's also, we need to sustain the ability to move in transport. And we can't, for example, just keep building more and more and more roads and put more and more and more cars on them. That's clearly not sustainable, and I've learned a lot about that in my history in government, in transport management, traffic management, and all these sorts of things. So even if all these vehicles are completely clean and we come up with a really clean way of putting this infrastructure in place, we're still not going to have sustainable transport because no one's going to be able to move. So as the world continues to grow, we need to be able to keep people and goods, I can't forget that we have to move goods around as well, as efficiently and reliably as possible and with as little impact to the environment as possible. And in order to do that, as things get busier and busier, transport itself needs to become smarter, more sophisticated and more collaborative to be able to achieve this. And technology innovation and standardization are essential in achieving this. So how can we achieve sustainable transport as the world gets busier? Well, as I said, we need things to be smarter, but we need things to be shared and multimodal to really work. We can't just have people just doing all their travel from A to B in single occupancy vehicles. It's just simply not going to work as the world gets busier. But in order to use shared multimodal transport, we need it to be attractive to people to use and usable by people. So it needs to be easy to use. We need apps that support it. We need simple fare collection systems if we have it at all. We need everything to be really well integrated. If we're going to try and get people to use multiple modes of transport, the integration between those different modes needs to be really smooth. Standardization is very important in this space. We need these transport services to meet the needs of the users, or they won't use them. They need to be able to get them where they want to get them and get them to where they want to get to at the times they want to. We need them for that environmental aspect of sustainability to be environmentally friendly, energy efficient, zero or low emission. We need it to be affordable, and we need to remember that there's people in our community that can't do a lot of the things that many of us can, and that's taking into consideration the disabled and elderly and people like that. Now, there'll always be special cases why people need their own forms of transport. Maybe tradesmen need something to carry around all their equipment in or something like that. But these are the exception to the rule. The other side of things is that a special thing that's special to me and what we do in my company is around that one of the big impediments to people using public transport in many parts of the world is around that what we call the first and last mile problem. People don't want to take that. It's too difficult to get to the train station or to the bus station or whatever, so instead they just jump in the car and go or something like that. We need to make it easy for them right from their point of departure to their point of destination. So we have to come up with ways to do that. Now, Dr. Moon in his presentation talked about what I'm going to talk about a fair bit, so I'll just be very brief. But Korea is being really forward-thinking in a lot of this space, and they're looking to create these smart cities where they basically ban or minimise the use of private vehicles within strategic central areas. And they make people use these, the plan is to make people use these shared transport modes within these areas and use the public transport systems to get to those areas, and then within these areas use these shared transport modes such as micro-mobility options. I have a picture here similar to what Dr. Moon had around automated shuttle vehicles, small capacity, multiple versions of them running around doing on-demand services for people who aren't able to use the micro-mobility services for whatever reason, can't walk, can't use active transport modes. So these become an important part of that first and last and only transport solutions. I'm probably taking too long, so I better speed up. So this is what I talked about. This is the area that we work in my company, is around the provision of these small autonomous shared shuttle vehicles just for performing those first and last and only mile transport solutions to replace or just implement what is often a missing part of public transport ecosystems. Now, I could say a lot more about that, and if we have time in the discussion, I'm happy to talk about that more. But I'll move on. So, as I said, to achieve this sustainable transport that I've been talking about, we need technology innovation. Now, in a slide, I can't say all of the things that we need to be able to be doing, but, you know, electrification at this point in time is a very important area, and it's still in its early phase. It needs to be advanced and become more efficient and cheaper and all these sorts of things. And part of that is around battery and charging technologies, and indeed where the electricity comes from, and how sustainable that is. In parallel and also complementary, there's work in hydrogen and other areas of technology for making cleaner vehicles. As I've talked about, vehicle automation can become an important part of providing transport services without them becoming overly expensive through the cost of human drivers as transport service providers. And it also, connectivity between these vehicles is super important as well, which I'll talk about a bit in a moment as well. We need a lot of technology innovation in public transport support services to make them easier and more user-friendly, both for passengers and for service providers such as operators, transport, fare collection providers, all these sorts of things. And we need also, a big cost of vehicles is actually producing them and disposing of them, as I mentioned earlier. And also, if they have a short life, you're doing that more frequently than you need to. So we should be trying to make them last longer so you don't have to go through that process of disposing of them and making new ones as often. Electric vehicle, we have to have standardised the plug, or, every vehicle can't do it differently. So, we need to have a lot of standardisation in a lot of those spaces. But one area that I'll talk about here, and it's one of the areas that I'm actively involved in, is around connectivity between vehicles, because as you start bringing these autonomous or automated vehicles into the fleet, and they need to be able to operate efficiently, they need to actually start talking to each other. They need to start talking to each other to negotiate lane changing, transition through intersections, how they're going to get through traffic lights, all these sorts of things. And also another area that I'm actively involved in, and Dr. Moon actually leads in the world, I would say, is around how this communication and interaction is going to happen with what we call vulnerable road users. They're the pedestrians, the cyclists, etc., that don't have a big vehicle around them to protect them, but we need to make them connected in this connected ecosystem. And we need this communication to be using defined standards, so everything speaks the same language. We can't have two vehicles deciding they're not going to crash into each other because they speak the same language, but another vehicle doesn't speak that language, so it's just going to crash. We need to make these things very standardised and really advance the technology innovation in this space. And this is an active area of development. This is by no means solved already, and this is why we need to keep working in standardisation. And that's all from me, and sorry if I took too long, and I will stop sharing and hand it back to you.
Thank you, Andrew. I think that was very enlightening, and I am happy to say that it also is in line with some of the things. I don't know whether you have been in the meeting from the beginning, but saw the presentation I gave. So some of it is...
No, I didn't, sorry.
No problem.
I got my time zone
but it's
switched
always
off.
good to hear that there is alignment out there. Thank you very much.
I got my time zone correction wrong. I joined an hour later than I intended, sorry. But so there you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you can stay on, maybe if we have time, we'll have one or two questions.
Sure.
I'd like to now pass on to Andras Sepsinski, who is the director of NNC in Hungary. Is he online?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Andras. Can I pass you the floor, please, virtually?
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for the invitation. And I am really honored to contribute to this event in Jeju Island. So I prepared some slides to give you an overview and a little bit of cross-section overview of the European e-mobility landscape, and provide you some insights on relationship with standardization. So I hope you see my screen. Yes, you do. So my name is Andras Czepinski. I am Director of Advanced Automotive Technologies at NNG LLC. We are a global automotive software development company based in Budapest, Hungary, European Union. And I'm also MST, Hungarian National Standardization Organization delegate to ISO TC 204, CEN TC 278, ISO TC 22 Subcommittee 31, and so on. So, just very quickly to set up the scene. So, previously it was mentioned that zero-emission vehicles and global green mobility is a policy goal, a regulatory goal in Korea, also in the European Union. So we have a number of different regulatory tools and measures which are very much focusing at the zero emission goals until 2030. Actually, a number of regulations are already in place together with the European Green Deal and very much creating a compulsory legal framework for the member states to follow up with the sustainable mobility measures. With regards to the legal goals and the legal framework, the European Commission has a very powerful tool to help the industry stakeholders and also the member state to achieve these goals. And these are the so-called standardization mandates. Back in the past, we had a number and several hundreds of standardization mandates issued by the European Commission. And also this is something that is true also for zero-emission vehicles. And now we have the standardization request, the mandate 581, which is which requested the European Standardization Organizations, ETSI, CEN, CENELEC, to provide standards for alternative fuels infrastructure. Of course, this is one very particular aspect of standardization. Of course, the ITS directive is also providing some standardized measures to provide ITS services in the direction of green and sustainable mobility. But now I'm just focusing on specific measures on zero-emission vehicles. So we have a very specific legal environment. We have a very specific standardization mandates in place. So what is happening right now in the standardization space? So CEN CENELEC published its 2030 strategy very recently, where the green transition was very clearly addressed in its document, and also in the mission and vision of CEN CENELEC, it is clearly stated that they want to build a safer, more sustainable and competitive Europe, meaning that not only the road transportation, but every single aspect of the European industry has to go safer, sustainable and competitive, meaning that the CEN CENELEC as a standardization body is echoing very much the intentions of the European Commission, also of the member states. With regards of this intention, I would like just to bring on much lower level the attention of the participants. Why? Because we have a very specific industry and regulatory alliance which is targeting zero emission in road transportation. And this is the 2-Zero Emission Alliance partnership, which is based on the collaboration of industry stakeholders and regulatory bodies. So the 2.0 emission partnership is based on 4 pillars, and that is very important to understand why, because these are the measures which will be supported by the industry and regulators. Vehicle technologies and vehicle propulsion solutions for battery electric vehicles and fuel cell electric vehicles. Integration of battery electric vehicle into energy system and related charging infrastructure, innovative concepts, solutions and services for the zero emission mobility of people and goods, and LC and circular economy approaches for sustainable and innovative roads and mobility solution. Now the question is very interesting. We have a baseline, we have a goal from the side of the industry stakeholders, how it is executed and how it is supporting standardization. Actually, the 2.0 emission partnership is releasing the so-called strategic research and innovation agenda. And in this research and innovation agenda, they formalize the standardization needs and supports the standardization process. And these are explicitly mentioned in the SRIA, namely standardization of recharging modes, standardization of interoperable swappable batteries and related infrastructures, and standardization of voltage standardization, mobility hub size and design, approaches for the efficient integration of high power charging stations in the energy systems. So this is very much formalized, and this is very much publicized and published for the industry stakeholders, but this is also the base of the European Commission's and the European Union's Horizon Europe framework program, where specific calls are released based on the strategic research and innovation agenda, where the research and innovation activities are coupled with standardization. So it means that while doing European co-funded projects, while executing the agenda, standardization takes integrated part of these funded activities. Now, how it is implemented? So we have these funded areas, the pillars, and these different funded areas which are executed during the program are interacting with standardization organization. And this is a kind of bilateral interaction. So SEN and SENELAC provides input, and the European projects are providing also input. So this is how a very healthy interaction between EU-funded project participants and standardization organizations are working together. Now, why I am telling you all this? And this is very interesting because I am working in an automotive software company, and I would like just to highlight you one specific example. And this is an example project which is called the Next e-Truck project. And in this Next e-Truck project, we are developing innovative concepts, solutions, and services for zero tailpipe emission mobility of people and goods. No, I am focusing on the goods, and this is very much also complementary, as Andy and the previous speakers mentioned. This is very much the last mile problem of people, of the mobility of people and goods. No, I am looking at goods right now, Next e-Truck. So we have a very interesting new concept saying, okay, we would like to optimize the fleet operation of electric trucks. We would like to better use energy that we are using for the mobility of goods. Now we are using a very new approach. So we are doing a kind of simulation involving external information on traffic, on weather, and we are creating digital twins of not only the fleet, but also the individual vehicles. We are also creating digital twins, not only the entire entire vehicles, but also powertrain and battery management systems. So you see a kind of very complex architecture we create in order to optimize the operation of electric vehicles. And in this concept, we just discovered, at least this is very interesting, we just discovered how to use the concept of digital twins. Digital twins being a target of standardization, and digital twins are standardized by ISO IEC GTC1 Subcommittee 41. And this is a very good moment to acknowledge the Korean standardization organization being the secretary of this subcommittee, and actually very interesting to see the evolution of the standardization of digital twins. It was a kind of gap, a standards gap. Now, since a few years, new standards related to digital twins are appearing, and this is something that an e-mobility and ITS related standardization needs to liaise with. So this is a recommendation where we see how we can link together different standardized technologies, new technologies which are in early phase of standardization, and we can help them to fulfill all the requirements we need to optimize and improve e-mobility for the good of people, for the good of transportation, and for the good of our countries. So I think this is my presentation. Thank you so much. And if there are questions, I'm happy to assist. Thank you.
Thank you, Andras. Very interesting. When will we have battery swapping in Europe? Will it come soon?
It is very interesting. I have to tell you that I participated in the late 2000 years some industry initiatives with some OEMs trying to do that. Actually, this is a kind of policy and business related questions, but I see really signs that it may happen quite soon. Why? Because this will also, how to say, improve the issues that we have right now with the charging time of battery electric vehicles. Of course, when we are talking battery electric vehicles plus fuel cell electric vehicles, which are a kind of hybrid technology, this can be overcome. But for that, we need another technology in place, namely hydrogen available everywhere, green hydrogen, of course.
Thank you, Andras. I would like to pass on now to Yubing Li from SAC in China. Is Yubing Li online? Is anybody from China online? Okay, I will ask maybe Atsuko to give her comments about e-mobility global standardization strategy to accelerate climate action.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Gabriela. Actually, I wasn't sure the audience are the same or not from the session 2 and then 1, so the slides are the same. So can you skip 1, 2, yes? And then, oh, you can skip that one as well if you want. Okay. Actually, for these 3 days, I learned a lot about the e-mobilities, and then the standards are needed. But I was a little bit optimistic about, you can do it. But seeing so many, the manufacturers and then the connectivity is needed and interoperability is needed and then sharing information needed, also sharing vehicles needed, I think standards can be some kind of platform for everybody. So I thought maybe we can use something. And then as you can see here, even Japan, we are trying to promote the EVs by 2035, it will be 100%. That's quite, soon for me to feel. I mean, even now in Japan, most of the cars are conversions and maybe hybrids. But so to do so, we need to use the standards, I thought. And then especially learning from Korea, the smart cities, I mean, the Sejong city, the e-mobility, automated vehicles are running. And then I think we need to do something for here. Okay, thank you. And then, no, you can skip that one as well. And then, no, you can skip, yes, that's one. Thank you. And then what I learned from here is, of course, JISC, Japanese Industrial Standards Committee, is a government. I mean, a part of the government. I think government also needs to start something or do something for the standardization. And then especially what we are doing is we support the standards through the International Standards Development Project budget. We give the subsidies. And then that's something we can try to promote or accelerate the standardization in this area. And then especially you can find in here, sorry, it's a small again, autonomous driving, it says. Is it okay to use this here? Maybe automated. I will change it. And then electrification. These are the two big topics for us to improve the situation in e-mobilities, I feel. And then, of course, Professor Moon said about the London Declaration, the TC 1222 is indicated here, and then 204 yours are indicated here. We have to do something in here. And also, from the IEC side, ICTC 21 is indicated in here. So it's kind of collaboration, and we need not only for the ISO side, but both IEC side is needed. And then in order to support both sides, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, we can work together with the automotive department, I mean a division, together with the standards division, work together to do the work. So that's something I learned from today. I mean, it's not only the private sector can do it, maybe public sectors also need. That's why maybe smart city, the Sejong city is doing from the government point of view as well. So I think here we are working on. Okay, next please. And then I will not go into the detail, but they are here developing the international standards for the battery and its charging technologies, electric vehicles in the ISO TC22, SC37, IC TC21, TC69, TC26. Sorry, I don't know the name of the TCs all, but somebody can help me later. So these are the electrification part. The next one is about the battery standards, because only vehicles cannot work. I mean, the electric vehicles cannot work. We need batteries, charging systems, and then those kind of infrastructures are needed. So one part is from the IEC side and then one part from the ISO side. As I told you, I think its collaboration is very needed, and then the support from the government is needed. That's something we are thinking. So I think the next slide shows the very detail of the standard, let's say, truck platoon, scenario-based safety evaluation framework, so on. So you can use those kind of standards. So I think what we are thinking is we need to work very collaboratively with ISO and IC. Maybe ITU also need to come in, but sorry, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, our ministry is in charge of the industry side, so maybe we need to work with the communication department as well in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Atsuko. Thank you, JISC, for this information. YJ, you have something you want to add from the perspective of Korea?
Yes, I'm just thinking, after all the seminar and presentation we have so far, I'm just now trying to summarize my the idea to get how we're gonna take into take a whole together this kind of the whole because we have a lot of stakeholders in this area, okay, e-mobility, is the expanded too much the scope in case not only for the ground vehicles and the moving the subject for the mobility things, but also for we just to try to include some the sea level, okay, the vessels and ships, and also to get the involved in the air mobility together, okay, and so because we already have ISO level and IC level, a lot of the standardization is there only the typical way to move on for the standardization, but how we can get the merge together. This is what I want to take a look at from now on. So I have the basic idea in case, but I have to discuss some and share my basic idea to the all together in the IEC and ISO level, and then more the expert and stakeholders get into the involved in, and then I say trying to get us some the idea of the new silo of some the committee or whatever the case may be. That's why some I just the trying to get you the support from the IC level, Gabriela, this our board member here, and also the ISO level, some Atsuko, as well as the Andras, and also the Andrew. Okay, so get involved all together. That so this is my the way at this moment to get us some idea building process at this moment. Okay, yeah, I'm going to share sooner or later. Okay.
Thank you, YJ. I have a question for Andrew, a little bit representative for everybody that intervened. Hydrogen vehicles was in every presentation. It seems to me there's not that much going on in terms of fuel cell vehicles. Andrew, what do you think? How long will it take for hydrogen vehicles to really come?
To me? Okay. Look, I'm certainly no expert in this area. I can only speak from what I have seen and what I hear, I suppose. I guess I have my own views on it, but I'm no expert in this space. I was at the ITS World Congress in China last year. There were multiple examples of pretty much ready to go fuel cell engines, let's call them. I think as Andras referred to, it's possibly the bigger issue in the hydrogen space is firstly how to produce it both green and economically. And we got a hand up there, probably knows more about it than I do. But also, distribution networks, should it be done through swapping canisters or by other means? And there's a long way to go in hydrogen space. And I think personally, my personal view, I think battery technology is just going to advance so quickly, and charging technology, it'll have to be really special to be a force, I think, unless there's something I'm missing completely. We got a hand up from China there, and probably Andras knows a lot more about it than I do. So I'll stop talking there and let someone else who probably knows more than I do talk. Thank you.
Thank you. I love the top line comments from your side. I would have one comment regarding YJ's intervention. I think that the e-mobility expo shows really well that mobility will have to go way beyond vehicles that are going to drive on roads. It will have to include agriculture, very much so, big transport, aeronautics, shipping. I think that's really, as soon as we have all that going for us, that is really important. I have one question for Atsuko. What will it take to convince everybody around the world to work with international standards?
Big question. Actually, I've been working in almost 20 years in a standardization, and then what I felt is communication. That's the big, the point that I feel is the big part of the point I can tell. And then because, for 3 years we couldn't meet, it was online, COVID-19 made us a bit, far from each other, but we tried to connect, but still, we meet in person makes more easier to understand each other, and then that was kind of my idea at this moment. Thank you.
It's funny, I'm also about 15 years now in this area, and I find that standardization is the best kept secret. So we have to all work very hard to share it with as many people as possible. Thank you, everyone. Oh, one more comment. Okay.
One more. So, I have my the own contradiction in my mind. I'm a Christian, okay, but in case of our mobility things, and as well as some of some position and navigation time information to be adapted, because you are online, okay? So somebody's watching you every day, where you are, where you are going, right? So privacy issue is very important at this moment, and the security issues are another the area to be taken into consideration, okay? But everybody get the mobile phone, right? So somebody is taking your information exactly based on your positioning data and timing data and navigation data. Okay, so I don't like the Big Brother. Okay, so someday it's going to be. So we are on the track of the getting into some for Big Brother the era. Okay, so but anyway, so PNT as the Dr. An is proposing at this moment is a kind of new the area of we have to discuss, okay, to just like information technology and quantum technology, as they already made in the joint technical committee, between the ISO and IC, right? And why don't we have another one to get some kind of this PNT technology to be standardization in the world for the future. This is what I want to propose. So CATS is now preparing something for the making these things together. So this based on our Jeju Island. Okay, so this the electric mobility, the forum or the expo. That we already discussed the whole this week to take care of all the moving object in the world. Okay, so that's why this kind of technology will be very important to be addressed as a standardization. Same word, we trying to get a same word as the Andrew mentioned about it, right? Same language based on standard. It's very hard to stand hard, but anyway, standard. Okay.
So out of fairness, who is lifting their hands? Oh, China. Okay, we have somebody joining from China. Great.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can we? We're a little bit pressed on time because we didn't have you there. So I'd love to hear something from you, but we will probably have to be quite brief. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for maybe something was wrong with my computer, and I have been in the meeting all the time, but just now when you call when you called China, I don't know what's wrong with my computer, and I cannot speak through the computer. Yeah.
We have a hard time hearing you. You sound a bit underwater.
Okay. It's better now?
It's very hard to hear you. Do you have a microphone?
Sorry. Wait a moment.
I'm afraid, I think the best thing is, I don't know if you can share your presentation and we make
你来讲吧，我这还是他听不着。
we can hardly.
你解释一下，你就说我这边那个有。
Oh, that's a discussion at home. Well, I think in the interest of time, because we are running out, I would suggest, if possible, if you can share your presentation, maybe with a few comments, and we will make sure that the participants will receive it. Unfortunately, the sound quality is pretty bad. I would like to thank you for the effort of connecting anyway, and thank everybody for this very interesting panel. And
excuse me.
Yes.
My name is Lu Chun. I come from China, and I'm colleague of Mr. Guo Miao. So can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah. So first, it's sorry for inconvenience brought to you. And we are appointed by Ms. Li Yubing from SAC China to participate in today's meeting. And we are sorry not able to be in person with you, but this afternoon we get a lot of fruitful discussion with you. And from our side, I would very quickly to share some points from our side.
Okay, thank you.
It's just some points, not with the slides. Yeah. Okay, first, we believe that international standards are a very important tool for accelerating the climate action. And as from vehicles, we are Mirror Committee of ISO TC22 road vehicles in China. And we found that the wide adoption of climate-aligned international standards has been playing a very crucial role in supporting the governments and the industry to reduce the impacts of climate change, as well as accelerate the transition to zero carbon economies. And why all ISO members play a very important role in advocating the policies that promote international standards and contribute to climate actions across all aspects of society. We have several points to suggest here. The first, we believe that we should provide common definition and understanding, which is the first step of unified cognition. The definition and understanding of the strategy should be clear, conscious, and to the point. And we believe some resources like ISO net zero guidelines is very helpful for the understanding of climate action. So this is the first point about common definition and understanding. The second is to promote integration of related industries. As nowadays we have different industries like electricity, automotive, information and communication, etc. And as the climate and the environment are influenced from various aspects in kinds of ways, we believe that all related industries should work together to prevent and reduce harm to our climate. And the third is to provide guidance and references for technical development by related organizations to promote the e-mobility global standardization strategy. So we believe that today's meeting is like an international platform for communication, and we believe it is very helpful. And we believe last is to provide opportunity for developing countries to be involved in the process of e-mobility. And considering the current status and the stage, we believe developing countries may need more guidance and support to take part into the e-mobility global standardization strategy and need more efforts to deal with the challenges of climate change. As you know, China has been very quickly in the market of the electric vehicles in recent years, and we have had some experience with the promotion of e-mobility and have gained some experience, and we would like to share in the future, and hopefully this could make a contribution to the global e-mobility promotion. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a very important statements. I'm happy to have had the opportunity to welcome China to the forum. Definitely, if only developed countries move into e-mobility, that is not even half the globe. So we have to look into the future. Thank you very much. And I think with that now, after the third repetition is the good one, we will close the forum. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you all. 이상으로 모든
So with this, I want to conclude all of our forum. Thank you very much for staying with us.
all of you to join us tonight. 참고로 내일도 포럼이 계속되고
So for your reference, we have Silicon Valley Forum in the morning and the UAM Forum in the afternoon. If you have time, please feel